narcissus, medusa, epasos, ashalalala, susus, Minerva, ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventisca, Oceanusus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, narcissus, medusa, epasos, ashalalala, susus, Minerva, ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventiscus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love Aphrodite, Ventiscus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love it when you couscous, love it when you couscous, love it when you couscous, couscous, couscous. I love it when you couscous. Love it, 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 love. I love it when you couscous. Love it, love, I love it, love, I love it, love, I love it when you love it, love it, love, I love it when you couscous. Love it, love, I love it, love, I love it, love, I love it, love it, love, I love it when you couscous.
Say you'll be mine, if only for tonight. Come on with me and love me till sunrise. I know that you want me all over your body. Let's not waste time, 'cause the moment feels right. So hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Have to be lonely. Hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Have to be lonely tonight. Lonely tonight. Tonight.にじませた瞳をそっと拭い憎らしい気持ちにそっとさよならこのままではいても立ってもいられない受け止めてありのまま今夜 Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me どうか
限られたこの時を月夜に混ざり合うと息を二人だけが知る秘密動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた無勢な胸味 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね雨上がりたどってこればかりを持って頭の中に響く声見えすいた嘘で似たようなセリフ並べてばかりねからくりなんて甘いだってきっと行く末は同じ素直になんて求めてないって嘘が消えた綺麗にもたのにねからくりなんて甘
Welcome, one and all, and good morning to another fun-filled day, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where in the world you are watching from. Here with APAC North, I'm Emmy Fluke, that is Harry Demo.
You have to say it now, you can't just say
Dempster,
that. Yeah,
Harry Demo Dempster, there he is, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone. Let's get into it. We've got another fun-filled day of us, but where are we and where are things currently standing, I think is the fairest thing of looking at here. In a region where we've had a couple of ups and downs and a couple of upsets and downsets, Demo.
Yeah, Korea and Japan, or APAC North, as it's usually been called. Obviously, this is a group stage similar to what we've obviously had in Asia, similar to what we had in OS. A lot less teams, a lot less play days in the group stages in the grand scheme of things. So we are already past the halfway point. There's only 3 play days remaining. Only be 2 after today, so there isn't really a whole lot of games left in the group stages. So really, Emmy, this is where, you know, big games are going to come up and teams need to die to get these points on the board.
I mean, we're thinking about the fact, obviously, that you said there's 2 games after play day, there's a game today, there's 9 points up for grabs. The highest team is on 9 points. It's still all or nothing. There's obviously still some teams that need to play some and some that have already played, but whether you can make it or not, especially in that top 6 to get yourself into playoffs, anybody could right now. We are so far from over. We're in a way just getting started. But what are we going to be starting with as we play through our games today? Well, here it is. It's like it's well prepared. Kinotrope versus EFORCE 36 will be our opener. PSG Talon and SCARZ battling to try and pull themselves away from the bottom of the table. DPlus Kia versus Kagasaka on the opposite side towards the top. And Mur, let's see if they can try and cause a bit of an upset against FEARX as our final game of the evening.
Yeah, that's a big ask. I think the final game, they're an upset. You know, Mere Gaming, who just haven't looked all too great. Last week, I wouldn't say was a great showing for them either in the last play day. Certainly for FEARX, look, they're always going to be that team that we look at. However, CAG have put in one heck of a shift. They are currently the top team in the league, and obviously they have quite the challenge up against DPlus. So we've got the number 1 team up against the number 3 team, so that should always be a good game whenever you look at our 3rd game of the day. Everything else, I think, again, you look at the Kinotrope versus EFORCE game. You know, Kinotrope, did we expect them to be sat in 4th? Probably not. You know, I think there's a gap there that has been opened up, and if Kinotrope go and beat EFORCE today, then all of a sudden Kinotrope can maybe be knocking at the door on top 2. Who knows?
I mean, it's the thing about who Kinotrope have already sort of got through as well. They took a win against PSG Talon, but they, you know, took a loss against DPlus. They took a loss against FEARX, fine. But those are 2 of your big games on the sort of board now. Ahead of them, EFORCE 36, they should be able to get their hands on towards it. Then you're looking at, obviously, the follow-through on towards CAG, fine, and then ending on a SCARZ fight. Well, here's the team, and here's the possibilities, sort of a little bit endless. They've, you know, found themselves at the bottom of the board. They're finding themselves having to fight their way to the top. They have some history here, EFORCE 36. They have been able to get a win, but it's an overtime win. However, that still gets them with their overtime loss 3 points. They're not a million miles adrift. They're not a million miles away. The round difference isn't horrible as well. It's technically better than the opponents that they're up against. And yeah, still to play for them. They've got to get through CAG after this. Then they've got to get through Mere Gaming as well. But that's not impossible, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, EFORCE, I wouldn't say they've necessarily been a bad team. If you look at, again, how some of the players have had, it's not as though, you know, typically for teams who are down near the bottom, which obviously this team is the bottom rated team, you would then generally see a trend where a lot of their players will then be, you know, kind of like bottom 5 players in the league. That isn't the case with EFORCE, you know. A lot of their players, yes, they're maybe in the kind of lower half of the table of players, but still, it's not as though anyone has done absolutely dreadful for EFORCE. A lot of the games that they have, I feel, have went, you know, pretty down to the wire, pretty close a lot of the time. So I do think they've been quite an unlucky team, just, you know, fine margins almost for this side. But whenever they played DPlus in our last play day, I mean, they really impressed me. Their fundamentals were really strong. They understood how they wanted to play Siege. I think that was evident with some of their bans, where they wanted, you know, to go for bans that, you know, disrupted plant denial. You know, they wanted to orientate around trying to get that diffuser down whenever they could. So overall for EFORCE, I think it's just been an unlucky stage for them, but still a solid team nonetheless, even though that they are 8th.
And who they're up against? Well, it's the team that has done, as we said, surprisingly well. They find themselves sitting pretty on 4th in the board right now, but the difference is only 2 points. So in this single game, EFORCE 36, if they take the full sort of round win, 3 points, if they take the full sort of round win, they'll get themselves jumped up. They'll get themselves technically above Kinotrope. They'll get themselves 4th on a single result from 8th. And it really just sort of goes to show how do or die this is. But the same can be said for Kinotrope. The compliments we can pay towards a roster that's been able to sort of find great moments, find great plays, and as you can sort of see, like Sylvia coming into the roster and Kawa have been able to bring themselves some decent games. But this is the game where they have to define it. This is the game where you can sort of go, okay, they've had a good run against PSG Talon. Can they do it again? Can they double down and bring more results? Can they be a bit more consistent? Well, where are we going to try and find ourselves consistent? You and I won't be at back to border, but we sure are back to bank. We did this twice yesterday. Been played 3 times in this region, so it's the joint most played. And we're doing it again.
Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, this is the map that EFORCE played against DPlus, and they looked good on it. They also played against SCARZ. It was an 8-7 loss, so we know that EFORCE, this is a preferred map for them. It's a map which, of course, they're good at. We can see that. In terms of Kinotrope and Bank, haven't played it so far, so they haven't shown anything, which again could come into the benefit themselves, because if there's no VODs, you can't really, you don't really know what Kinotrope's going to go for, whereas there's plenty of information that you can get from EFORCE. Again, Bank is typically a map that Kinotrope will leave open. It's a high preference for them, but we just haven't seen it. A lot of teams usually first ban Bank against them, so yeah, it's obviously teams know something that maybe we don't.
It's the really strange thing, right? Bank's always been popular for some teams. It's always been popular for some regions, but this sort of consistency, especially when you're looking at things like Labs has taken a big backseat in a region that used to love it throughout this sort of split, and Club as well. We haven't really seen a lot of, I don't know, it's nice to get rotation of maps. It's nice to see where things get led, and I guess in best of 3s we'll get that truer sort of test and taste, but it's a you flip the coin map. Your classic best of 1. Who's gonna win? I don't know.
We haven't actually seen Bank from Kinotrope since June. So it has, all the way back to stage 1, and they only played it just the 1 time in that stage. So it has been quite a while. It was an 8-6 win against PSG. So again, that's the last time they played it, was in the 5th. So has much changed? Probably. I mean, obviously we've had changes just as the game updates, every few months or so. But I think hasn't been that much of a meta shift in Bank.
I mean, that's your job to run those
We're seeing
numbers.
a lot more to Chank than what we ever did. You don't think?
Yeah. I mean,
stage 1.
I didn't even read Desert to Chank, I think.
Don't worry about it. He's just waffling.
Is he waffling? Is it full waffle?
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
All right. Last time, obviously, in the first sort of split of how these teams came together, Kinotrope ended up 5th. They got themselves into the playoffs. EFORCE didn't. They were shy on 6 points. So that sort of split of 6 to 10, it's been a bit of a different split. Mere Gaming have been able to get off to some success, which was impossible for them last time round.
Yep.
It gives them a chance here to re-angle, look towards those big fancy new playoffs. And last time it was, what, the 7-2 on Clubhouse to EFORCE 36. This was one of only 2 wins EFORCE 36 took across the entirety of the first stage. We'll see if this is the change they can make. The Twitch drone getting some busy immediate work there, removing some of the Denari network, which will make the drop on towards the hatch a little bit spicier. Is it the best usage of it when you've still got Goyo canisters and you've still got all of that? I don't know. It's not my decision to make. That's a Twitch's decision to make. And I've already said Sylvia's been playing good, so I'm not going to sort of take away from that right now. Oops, that's not good.
Don't do that.
I would describe that as bad. A bad start.
You'd be right. You'd be right. Yeah, losing Blackbeard right away. That comes with nades, which would have been, great for dealing with the Goyo, like you mentioned as well. Even the Maestro cameras would have been great to have a few nades to deal with that. Maybe even the deployable shield that the Chanka usually likes to sit behind. So, yeah, not a great start. You can see that the hatches with no Cade on the board, because it was banned, will just make the opening the hatches a lot easier, of course, for Kinotrope. And they will start to do that. All the hatches are actually going to be targeted, so we're going to give themselves as many options as they can, but a minute 30 left. They not been able to take in towards server at this time, and we'll spot out a player. Going to be the Denari. Yeah, a bit of a dry setup for the Denari also. I mean, there's not really much that he has in terms of denial of the util. You know, typically it would be maybe a smoke in this pause, or, you know, even a ward and shotgun with a few ADSs. Nope, it's just Denari. That is it.
I mean, the fact that he's been able to drift himself behind the server box there, whilst they've got the hatch open, whilst there's a pressure, and they don't know Demo. I don't think they know that he's been able to get to that position. I don't think they know that he's about to try and strike around the back, and if he can time this well... Oh no, there's the reveal of the bees. Okay, cancel what I was saying. He's been beat out, but it's 50 seconds, and he's still holding this position. Please don't send another shield to do the 1 versus 1. Surely someone else can come here and try and take the mantle of this fight. There they are. Sylvia swings round, and now 40 seconds. Can they try and force this final plant and push? The wall's been opened a bit. They've done some of the construction work, and Tachanka sets himself on fire. Oops. If you're watching, that's not what you're supposed to do with that gadget. Instead, you're supposed to try and set other people on fire. Des was right. Can't clip it. Get that printed. Put it on a pillow fresh. Spraying through, heavy hitting, and hoping to find somebody, but in amongst the smoke, it doesn't seem like there's anything truly being put down on the ground. At this point, Okayu, you've just got to send it. You're going to be set on fire on that corner. That's a well-practiced lineup. Find an alternate. He tries to. He's going to put the shield on his back, turtle up as they bring the pressure onto the other side, and he's being zapped. He's out of here. And EFORCE 36. Just had all the utility in the line.
Yeah, the two heavy operators able to get the job done. And Tachanka with the kind of opening flames, and then the Maestro camera cleaning things up. Yeah. And EFORCE, I said it, this is a team where they know how they want to play Siege. They have their identity. And there are some teams that we kind of watch and we think, we don't have a clue what they're doing, you know, and they probably don't have a clue either. You can see straight away the way EFORCE want to play the game. You know, have that kind of loose hold in towards open area. You know, you're not looking to completely, you know, stiff hold it. Again, you look at their operator selection, they're kind of forfeiting the kind of classics of, you know, having an aggro smoke on blue with a couple of ADSs, maybe even a Warden. Instead, they're opting for Tachanka, opting for the Maestro. You know, they're really going for that late round denial, and it's worked out well for them, you know? So, yeah, all credit to EFORCE. Really good round. I think that opening pick onto the Blackbeard, that was huge. You know, being able to take that operator off the board straight away is fantastic. You also take away the nades. Like, imagine if you had nades there to deal with that Maestro camera.
Oh,
you know, this
easy.
this is the kind of knock-on effect that you will see in a game. If you lose one operator, you know, the consequences of that will be revealed later on. And there you have it. The Maestro camera being allowed to be, you know, laughed up because you didn't have any nades. Yeah.
It's Chekhov's dead Blackbeard. No, that doesn't quite work. What's the other one? Is the hanging something? Do you remember your literary devices? I've forgotten it. There'll be like 2 people who remember English GCSE going, it's this, it's a hanging whatever.
No, I just remember Lanny. That's all I remember.
Okay, yeah, of Mice and Men. That impacts you. You still think about them rabbits?
Still do. He just, that's all we want to do is pet the rabbits.
All he did. A classic book to traumatize 14, 15-year-olds. The double mirror setup inside Janidus.
Interesting.
Not the most common usage. Obviously, you could pop the one on the right, and then you have it as a sort of swing angle on towards denying the plant. It gives you the choice of, you know, if they're bringing the Ash or bringing destruction to try and get rid of them from the front, which they haven't, but if they are, then they have to make maybe more of a choice when you're burning through the gates as well. But at the same time, it's just, again, it plays into the idea of they're trying to put heavy utility on the final push. It's still down to Kinotrope to have to find a way to start pulling holes in towards this, smashing holes out where they go underneath and put some pressure up from below, where they just do what they're doing and sort of go heavy on towards stock and force them around the corner. Make a better use of a shield this time, Akayo. They're going to try and get themselves in towards top square. They take a lot of damage, as does Sylvia, but there's suddenly a couple of kills falling their way, and out they go from the top of the main stairs as Nina does find the blitz, but with the smoke gone, with the Wamai gone, it's now down to these late deniers that I talked about.
Yeah, you look at what they've lost, though. Lost the smoke, so the plant denial for the windows is going to be out of there. I mean, Kinotrope, the only way they could really deal with janitors is with that blitz, and now that blitz is gone, somebody's going to have to try and take a wide swing, but nobody's really in the building, which is like the main thing I'm seeing here from Kinotrope. It looks as though they're going to try and push in towards stock, but then you're pushing into that long corridor. Plenty of angles can be held. There you go, there's one of them, Jin, with the one tap on. Duke is, and it does go into the 3v3 with 30 seconds left, and yeah, Kinotrope, this is just going to have to be on guns. That's all they can really go for.
Well, here comes the swing, and there goes the player. Mugi waiting and anticipating all of that. Cower does get one. It's suddenly trying to flood themselves in towards the site, but with 10 seconds left and holding onto the corners, they're just going to try and play this on Maestro cameras. Do they think they have one in the right position? They're hunting for the players. They are. Surely not. There it is. Up, zapped. Will they get him down? It's too close. He's too late. I mean, he tried to 2-2 Maestro clutches. I do wonder where Nina was in all of that, because he suddenly reappeared, maybe underneath hoping for the C4, but he hasn't quite got it in the right position. Okay, that was odd, but it plays out. The fact he swapped to the shotgun had an expectation. Look at the health of Sylvia, though. It'll just take a breeze from the Vector to get this last connection. He's going to have to lean into the fight, but he can't find it. Sylvia said they've had their moments, and there's one round for that tally.
I would like to report a missing person.
Yeah, can I get a description, please?
Well, it looks to be what height's
Amira?
What height's Mira? 5'10", Spanish lady. Was last seen upstairs in the site, defending it well, and then she disappeared.
I can only imagine she went underneath to try and loop a C4 up, but also I'm thinking, okay, where is she? Because the Maestro's sitting in elevator being like, I'm going to win this on a camera. It's a bold play, but it worked the previous round, and it almost worked there again.
Here's the thing about...
Okay, but let me finish my point very quickly, because surely on that, if they were doing the C4 underneath, they knew exactly where the planter was.
Here's the thing about, like, if you've got 15 seconds left, right, I can understand the idea of going downstairs and going below, right? But if you know that you're already playing into active info on site, one of those guys are going to have to plant, making it a 1v2. Yeah? The only real time that you would ever see teams maybe try and play from below is if it's the last defender and he's in, like, a 1v2. And he has info, and then he C4s the planter. Because there's no way he's going to be able to take the 1v1 and kill the planter, right? Realistically. But in the 2v2, the defenders are at the advantage, because eventually that will go into a 1v2, while one of the attackers is planting the diffuser. And you have active info on the site.
Alright, well, this hasn't really worked, but it might still work. They're sending themselves in. Kawa's taking a lot of health. I don't know. The Nomad was trying to air jab up through the hatch, but they were just sort of watching and waiting. Kawa does get one on the back of it. Yukis drives in. Now they've got the man advantage in the site itself. All right. The smash and grab has smashed and grabbed. There's still the single player that does spray themselves down on towards one, but Kawa with a sliver of health is going for the plant, and there's a 1 versus 1 happening kind of far away from the site. There goes Nina swinging onto the glass. Now the Blackbeard is the big problem right now. There's a post-plant Blackbeard. They can play this pretty smart, and they're going to try and push up for the 1 versus 1. Kawa's down. And Dukis, though, gets one. It's technically a 1 versus 1 in this situation. They know exactly where each other is, but the pressure is obviously on Arpa to try and make the distance. Cannot. Yukis has the swing round, and I mean, fair play. They realized they were being too slow. They sped it up.
Well, I mean, that's just opportunity spotting, isn't it? They just looked at it and said, hey, they've got like 2 guys in sight. Let's just go for it. And oh, they did. They sure went for it. I mean, that Blackbeard was great at just taking that ground. You know, fantastic with the nades, being able to put pressure on players who could be in corners, move them around. And then he just feeds himself. You know, a tough, I think, post-plant there for the Azami. You know, stuck in that corner against the Blackbeard. It's, where can you really go? You know, you have to go to the Blackbeard in that scenario, and it's always tough. You know, Kawa, 1 HP for the majority of that round, still able to get the diffuser down. You know, Kawa just knows, I have one job. It's just get that diffuser down. If we can do that, you know, we have a chance. So yeah, give credit to Kawa, the fact that he just had to stay alive. You know, just get him in the BGs. You may as well.
Staying alive.
Yep.
Staying alive. 2-1. I like how that's become my segue away, by the way. I've realized I've got a habit now over the past couple of days. I'll set up a weird statement, mainly entirely for you. I'll leave a little gap because I know you're there pulling a face, and then I'll just say the score on the top center. It's like a talk show host.
It's almost like you're at a call center. You've got the script in front of you.
I've got the script in front of me. I drum the table, and that's how I know I'm going on to the next section. The next section being, we have a couple more bands. Glasgon is a choice, I think, compared to the removal of the Azami. Azami is
ran just the once as well. The open area, and that was it. I think
so. I'm going to double check now, but I'm pretty sure it was just the once on that final round, and they were in a 1 versus 1 upside down repelling a window, and they lost. I don't think that's a threat in my books. But what do I know?
I'll not answer that just to be nice. Obviously, in the grand scheme of things, is a Glasban going to be the do and die of this game? No, of course not. You know, the Glaz is just a quick pocket operator. I mean, Glaz has got a built-in counter, being of course that Warden. Even though I don't think Warden's that much of a counter to the Glaz, because the Glaz will see the Warden before the Warden sees the Glaz. That is how it works. But hey, losing the opening pick again in the basement, not a great start for Kinotrope, especially whenever they know that they're going to have to go up against, you know, Plant Denial, and losing the extra man, again, just to help you if things do start to get a little bit low on time, you can just try and full send it for the hatch. We see that happen plenty of times. Hatch finally going to get opened up, as Tub was only able to delay it for about 30 seconds or so. This time they do have the Warden on blue stairs, the more traditional approach, rather than just a Denari just playing by himself with no util. Oh, look at this!
They've dropped down. On the side, either side, inside the elevator, they've got a shield in the vault as well. They're trying to push their way across both. They've suddenly gone, okay, they had huge amounts of utility on the front last time. Let's go somewhere else. Baited the server and go for the strike. This is great play. Here from the side of Kinotrope, a shotgun swings round and just hits metal, but they can't quite get this kit secured. Look how low health Fuse is. Look how close that smoke is to the catch. There's another back and forth to Blackbeard, a big rotate around to the other side, and this smoke canister, will it get them? It does. There goes the Fuse. There goes the trade out. So, the kit, currently in a risky situation, but Jin is the only person standing. Gonna throw a C4 over the top, a bit premature as the Deimos track comes through, but it's a Blackbeard and a Deimos. I mean, that's a very cruel pairing to meet in a corridor. Kinotrope. They realized that, again, pace was the slow problem, and instead they went, let's send 2 shields around the back and see what happens. Yeah,
the shields are working out really well for them. The way that they're just driving through the bomb site. And the thing is, whenever they're doing it as well, they're doing it together. You know, they're not just saying, oh, no, we'll just send the shields in by themselves, they'll do what they want. No. If you can have that shield pushing with a player behind, so much better. You know, you're basically behind like that kind of human drone, isn't it? Where you're getting that constant information, especially with a Blackbeard. Whenever Blackbeard is always going to have that element where he can just pull out an assault rifle and kill you for not looking at him. So it creates those kind of mind games, isn't it? It's, oh, who do I go for? And either way, it's a lose-lose. You're going to get killed by one or the other. So yeah, I like the way that Kinotrope are just bringing the aggression to it, using the shields. It's working really, really well. You know, EFORCE are all geared up just to say, you know what, they're going to be really slow. We'll play into the plant denial, and we'll all have a good time. You know, we'll sit around the campfire, have a couple of marshmallows, and call it a day. Nah, that's not how it's going to work. So I do like the switch up there from EFORCE or from Kinotrope. This time compared to where they played it the first time. You know, they really good adaptation, hitting EFORCE where they didn't expect it to happen. So yeah, credit to them. They're looking really good on bank. 3 rounds to 1.
Now, there is one sort of elephant in the room here for the side of Kinotrope in the fact that it's really 3 players that are popping off massively. Alcayo and Mao haven't been able to get anything, and it's not that they're not needing to, but it's that they're just struggling to. They're 0-4, 0-3. They're still dying pretty much every single round. They're struggling to get themselves in on the sort of cost level of the game itself. And that is, you know, it's a problem in some ways right now, but when you're just sending shields in and you can sort of build on the back of it, you can find solutions to it. I'm worried on the other side of the game, if they get into defense, where it's a little bit more of, okay, we all need to be ready for these engagements, where we've had a bit more from at least every Entry Force player than we've got here. But maybe I'm just doomsaying. Maybe I'm just worried.
Well, obviously the players that you mentioned, you know, Mao being one of them.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, the other one as well, Binaka. I mean, if you look at their stats in terms of how they do in defense, both of them are significantly better defensive players this stage compared to how they've been in the attack. Especially Mao. You know, Mao's currently sitting at 0.45 attacker rating, whereas on defense, he's up to 0.97. So,
Okay.
that's good. That's good to know you've got the defense in the locker.
Okay. That's that reassuring. Cancel the Doomsday prep. Get rid of it. Throw the lunchboxes out. We're good. The tin beans. Get rid of them. And start getting some pressure. Actually, bring back the beans. Put the pressure on towards the side itself. Trying to get themselves, obviously, the removal of the utility. We talked about the sort of play of Maestro cams, of all of these pockets, of all of these problems. What deals with that very well? Well, people with drones. You've got the Flores to just throw themselves in and blow them up if they can't get them, and then the Brava if they can steal them as well for that joyous threat. They realize, again, how Enterforce like to play this last time, which was hide in an elevator and go for the late second denial. All right, let's get rid of that option. Let's force them to have to sort of play into our game, and, well, it hasn't worked immediately. Kawa, first gone the side of it, and that loses them lobby control. What's the response here? To just throw themselves up and swing on a die and get a double? How they do that on the desk and then file a third in as well. Just sort of driving themselves in. Now, Caillou, hey, I spoke wrong. I'm glad I threw the prepper out. You went from 0-2 to a moment like that. Fair enough. The reverse cast the curse comes together, and as they miss the swing on towards the long corridor, and another with Yukas tacking a couple more to his tally, Kinotrope just reignited themselves.
Their opportunity spotting has been phenomenal, I think, this game. The way that they've just been able to pick out and say, hey, look at their lineup. We know that we banned the Izami. They're not bringing a castle in. It just means that you can go for that connector. Just swing in through the double windows. I've mentioned before, I think I mentioned it yesterday, Blackbeard is phenomenal at swinging in those windows because he has the shield up in front of him. If someone tries to swing him from meeting, it's not going to happen. Shield in front of him. And then he just takes that control. And then he just swings in through Banana, into the front desk, and just pick up the kills. You know, a great double kill. Yeah. I like the playstyle right now. I like what I'm seeing. Interforce are just, they're so slow at reacting. You know, everyone seems surprised that they're in. Whenever something like that happens, if somebody's in the site, you have two options, right? One, you send everyone to try and deal with that, right? Proper 3-2-1 swings, crossfires, trade kills back and forth, take back the control of the map that you lost. Or two, you give them the map control, and then you go into a retake. But the common thing that I've mentioned with both those options, Emmy, is you need to do it together.
Yes.
We are seeing individuals panicking, trying to retake the pump site by themselves. Instead of waiting and speaking to each other and saying, right, let's do this. They're not doing that. So they need to focus on the teamwork and figure out how they want to play these retakes. Do they want to do an early retake or do they want to do a late one? Right now, people are just doing their own thing.
Oops. There was a booby trap under that swing in. And there goes Kawa. Deimos immediately removed. Talked about how he was a problem towards the end of the last round. Well, or the round before even. Well, he's not going to be a problem this time. An early usage of a C4 from Jin. Led on by, I'm not sure, other than just maybe Audio and Hope. Or if they still had, I don't think what the reasonable default cam to have an eye on that could be, but you would assume not an external one. Either way, now they're operating with a man deficit. Now you've got to have those conversations that you just raised about. They've got to work as a team. They've got to bring this together. If they don't, And Kinotrope are able to find an engagement to pull away without any sort of satisfactory battle back, then we're just going to probably hurtle towards the same problems. A lot of time can be burnt here. And as these don't quite come together, the grenade will force the fire and they'll just peel themselves a bit further back. It's not going to be an immediate contest against them. They're going to sort of say, hey man, I'm here underneath this hatch. Try and put something on it. We have some support. We're paying attention. Oh, they've left. They've long since left. They've moved on. Are they just going to try and send it again? They're opening up their options for the back take. They're getting themselves. You can see them hovering in the distance over the vault hatch as well. Now as above
vault.
The elevator hatch. They're just going to try and do what they did last time, Demo.
I think the flames might have been popped early there as well, which is actually quite good there from EFORCE. If you think that they're going to go for the back take, yeah, pop the Goyo canister, slow it down, get everyone kind of juggled on site, get them repositioned if you can. I mean, Blackbeard's taking some great ground down in towards main stairs, but players are dropping now, but still kills are going to go back and forth, but down goes the Blackbeard. I think that's going to be the heavy hitter out of it, Amy, and yeah, in the 2v4, that's going to be tough to come back from.
Yeah, they're trying to push their way in. There's an element of that Blackbeard down. I think he might have been down by his teammate for a second there, but time will tell. Pre-firing onto an angle. Wrong choice, run lockers. Wrong deposit box. One player left. Not for long. Nina is the full stop on towards the round. And yeah, I think they were trying to make things happen. There was a bit of confusion as to who was going for what take. You could see, obviously, from the POV of the Blackbeard there, they went for the fight on towards Garage. Then they moved off to offer some support on towards the other side. Then they got downed. I mean, maybe they got clipped by the Garage player, but we all make mistakes. We haven't had a team kill yet today.
No.
That's
really since that first week. I know. Actually, okay, hasn't it? That feels like a fever dream. You actually think about that first Playday we covered and what there was 8 EKs or something like that.
So wild that it just kept happening.
Yeah. Obviously, in that round, EFORCE switched on. They were ready for it. You know, they had Goyos, they had smokes in the right position. That backdrop just was never going to work for them because of the amount of util it was placed in response. Obviously, losing that first pick, I think, hindered them. Imagine if they had that 5th player to take Garage. That would have been a kicker and a half if you had a guy in Garage for that attack as well. Would have dealt, obviously, with the guy on the ramp, who did cause issues for the Blackbeard. But you lose that opening pick, especially to... I mean, I don't want to say it's a cheap kill, because... You know, it happens. Like, you swing in a window, you get blown. Oh, well. You know, you go next. That, again, it's the consequence of a map like Bank. You know, you lose one operator, and it just spirals out of control. You look at the both rounds that they lost on that basement. It was down to just losing the first pick, realistically, wasn't it?
Yeah. You know, I think that's the sort of split of it, right? They got that take. They got it very cleanly. They got it for free. And then it was also very early on as well. So you're also on that as well. Think about where it was. It was their Deimos doing the clear on the top floor. It slows down all the rest of their game. At that point, they have to go and recheck positions like archives to make sure that nobody is underneath that was baiting that play. They've got to recheck lobby to make sure that nobody was in that position and they're retaking, going for the backdrop anyway. It almost forces them to have to go to a different play because it adds that 20-30 seconds on based on the position that the player was dropped from. But order 2. Now they have the pressure of trying to take the attacks themselves. The smoke and Tachanka ban is going to have probably the biggest effect here on this site. But will they stack themselves up to play into it? When you ban those 2 operators, the other thing that you're saying is we're going to try and plant on server, which means that the defense could maybe try and set something up there to slow it down, and then you go the double bluff and you go, well. Instead, we've accidentally killed Yuki's somewhere else, and now we'll see if we can try and take some control. Weird death to have if that was just across the sort of connector of the main stairs, but, well, here we are, 1 down, and a tool hold still to smash through.
Monty, this map by far on the bank. See the ground that he can take. He can drop an open area. Very safe just to check all these corners. And yeah, there's an easy pick for Nina. I would say that Monty probably will not make it past the next banning round because it's just so good. I mean, just can drop in open area, call out all that info. And Sylvia actually able to pick up in there as it was a mesh drone. 2 players inside of elevator, but Legend, just not aware, and you've lost the Capitao as well. I mean, that's an operator that you would have loved to have had here, of course, for that execute, but now they're going to have to do it with, really, what have they got? A couple of Sense gadgets, and that's it, just smokes.
A minute on. Holding on and waiting for the next fight, but as I said, you know, with the expectations of it being on this, they've got the mirror window placed to try and deny the breach on towards the single wall. The hatch itself is Kaid reinforced. There's a bit of pressure here for Enterforce 36 to actually sort of make this come together. There's the claw.
Oh.
Just caught, but only just. The Goyo is playing this aggressively because look at the time demo, 40 seconds. They haven't got the hatch open, they haven't got the wall open. They're just going to have to try and send this in a small pocket of space, and it's sort of predicted. As soon as you put those bands in, you say where you're going to be attacking, and they've just attacked into it. Yeah, they got the 2 kills on the way down, but then they lost the Capitao. They lost the ability to try and properly put some pressure back on. They can cover it fine. Sylvia gets one more pickup. The Monty's just going to try and maybe shield on his back. The C4 will push him slightly further back. The Mirror is more than happy to contest this. There goes Nina on the drop down. Gets one. Goes for the pressure onto the Mirror. Is drawing that focus away and gets the kill as well. Goes in with the pistol. Tries to lock it out and... Oh, just a second too late. Now you got to try and bully this body. Smash him around. You know you're working against the clock here on the stairs. So low. Holding on. That was the big divide to cross. Will hit a moment. But they can't quite get it at some point. You're just going to have to send it. Monty's gone.
Oh, that's big.
Will it be enough? Will it be enough? Demo, will it be enough? Unbelievable!
Genius. Absolutely superb.
Gobsmacked.
That's the real McCoy.
That's the advert for destructible ingredients. Right there.
Here's the thing. Do we think that he has pushed him all the way back, thinking if I can push him from the bomb all the way up to that pipe, I could win?
Not at all.
Not a chance.
Not at all.
He just seen the pipe and thought, hang on a minute. That's light bulb. You can see the light bulb go off in his head.
It's so big brain. It hurts me that I know I never in a million years would think of that. But also at the same time, this is why I love this game, because I cannot believe that I'm still a bit in awe. Unbelievable. I love this game. Genius.
I want to see it again.
It's absolutely genius. Hell yeah. Kind of thing that makes you say, hell yeah.
Oh, that was the fun round. It was probably the longest 45 seconds of that Monty's life as well.
Yep. Oh, yeah. And they thought they had it. Like, getting towards the top of the stairs, the smug feeling of being like, no, it's mine. Honestly.
I honestly think that may be the deciding round for this game now. Because that is just going to suck just the life out of Interforce now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You had that attack in the bag. Your bans have obviously worked out really well. You banned the smoke, you banned the Dachanka so you can get those plants down, which they did. But somehow, some way, 2v1 happens.
Well, where do we go from here? Quick smash on towards the mirror windows. Did that get both of them? This time the double stacked mirror windows rather than the one with the gap in the middle. All right, fine. Mirror meta. I'm curious where they're going to try and operate the Rara. Maybe just separate control of the site. There's the coverage. Will they move behind it? Alcayo, get out of there. You're cooking. What was that? You just flambéed yourself. Now they're going to go for the plant. Nina does find one more.
Echo?
Echo does stop the first plant. Drone's going to hit for a second time in a second. Gets 2. Then they get the catch on... Okay, now they've suddenly fought themselves back in, but then there's the drop from the long windows. They've tucked themselves back in towards the site itself. The Echo drone, I'm not sure if it's still active, but the Echo themselves are comfortable. But at this point, 50 seconds left. A lot of time for the attackers to play with, but what a weird hands-off opening towards this round.
Yeah, just the Echo bought enough time for the smoke to dissipate, and then it just gives an easy angle onto, the players just sat in sight. I suppose you could say it's weird, but you just have to keep sticking it, don't you? If you're going to dump the utility, you have to make it happen. But 2v3, though, and it's going to get a little bit messy, though. Here's Mal. Oh, never mind. Quick scoped out of the game. And here comes Kawa on the Echo. Diffuser will be replanted, and it should get stuck. And yeah, the sniper. Oh, my. Cracking shot on the Mal, and then, yeah, just holds the angle. Simple stuff.
All right. And of course, 36, they hit it fast. Off to a good start. Then things petered out and evened out a little. And then they brought it back round. But they are still 2 rounds short. They are still missing. As I said, at this point, total, still 9 points to play for. Still the chance to climb their way even up towards the top 2 if things go really right for you. But I don't quite have the classic Sprabuni number mind generator thing that he used to do. Where he would do like everybody's chance.
Ah, yes, the number mind generator.
Yeah. I think that's what I think that's what he called it as well. I think that was his slogan for it. It was great. If you unfortunately joined Siege, well, congratulations for joining Siege. But also if you started watching Post-Sprabuni, who would make these amazing graphics. I don't know if he still does. He doesn't do it as much. Everything used to have a graphic. It was like if the players have eaten cereal, then there's a 43.97 chance they will get the entry kill. And it was just crazy. It was amazing. Anyway. 5-3. At this point, Enterforce 36 want to keep them off of the 6 points. They want to make sure they can try and take the full 3 points. As I said, if they get this, if they get 3 points here temporarily, because there's other games still to play, they'll go up to 4th place from 8. Which is quite a jump. I think they will also level the amount of points that they got last time round. Which, seeing as they were able to take 3 points in their final last couple play days, that's a good growth, but that isn't a good way to grow into it. Yuka's holding on towards the archives, gets the first spray as they try to slip their way on towards the double door. As the fire burns, they've lost that Dockery. They've lost the ability to cancel out those calls and try and support the push, and I think with that wall being reinforced, they've read that it's a attempt to take on towards the quad wall, so let's make it trickier for them.
Yep, Zami, obviously a staple whenever you think about open area, especially for that kitchen where it's so tricky to really stay in there if that quad wall gets opened up, so you obviously need that second layer of protection. But in terms of that quad wall being opened up, is it going to be difficult for them? Be in the right position, of course, have to take other parts of the map before you do so, specifically in towards archives and tellers. Now, Harper was able to spot out a roaming Caslin towards the top floor, and looks like he's still being hunted. There's a yellow ping, so they know exactly where he is, and yeah, good pinch. So maybe that's where Kawa should have thought, should I have stayed up there? Probably should have went back down to site, mate. Whenever you get droned out top floor, typically you're not going to get out of there alive if you remain. So, minute 10 left. You've been able to get the roamer dealt with. The remaining players are all in the bomb site. 2 inside a kitchen, 2 inside of open. You need to start getting hatches open. You need to get yourself in towards that quad wall. But with the hatches being catered off, I mean, it's not even though they had any hard breach gadgets anyway. They haven't decided to opt for that. Only the Maverick. I mean, this is going to be really tricky for them, I think. You know, they're going to have to send it just in for the double door, and that's it. But again, that's C4 Central, and there is still one of them in the pocket of the mute.
At this point, 30 seconds, and they've still got to try and harness themselves on towards the chance of the plant here. And without anything to drive themselves on the cover, you're thinking, well, this is just going to be a send it. Maybe. They can use the 2 smokes to get yourself behind the sort of plant spot on the kitchen area and on that sort of gassy. It seems like that's what they're eyeing up with the destruction of anything else on the far side. They've got the coverage from these Maverick holes, but all it takes is one part to fall apart, and they have the ping on the player coming up around the back stairs. Mugi gets across the divide and goes for the plant itself, but that's a fight that's a very important one to win out. Still swinging the sniper to net results, and now as they move themselves round, if this is a kill from the Kali, I feel like we're going to get a Kali ban after this regardless, but Mao said they step up on defense. Unfortunately, no one can step up that big. Kinotrope still sitting on 5 as EFORCE 36 creep closer and closer to tying this game up.
Yeah, I don't get the idea that the mute was going for. Mute was their only way of denying the plant. Why the mute is dropped through one of the hatches and has went in towards server. Tried the shotgun, open the server hatch, and threw the C4 up the server hatch and hoped to kill somebody on the double door. I don't understand why he's doing that. Literally has to just play in the site, wait for his opportunity to go for the C4, and just absolutely nail that planter. So, I don't know. I find it very surprising that that's happened, but still, it is what it is. 5-4, EFORCE. Again, it was the only option that they had. It was to go in through the double door. Maverick did his job just to create those little pockets of holes that you can just sit in and play around. Cover the plant, and again, that's the issue of open area, isn't it? It's that blind spot plant. As soon as you make that cross in behind the bomb chassis, so easy to go for the plant. So, EFORCE, not out of it yet. They have rallied 2 rounds in a row, especially after what happened in their first attack. Like I said, EFORCE, all their games have been close. They've always went all 12 rounds in every game that they've had.
So, Kinotrope, they've opted to try and just keep sending themselves in. We'll see if, again, this sort of gambit of slowing down the approach on the back end. The limitation of the mirror is quite a big one on this map, especially with how Kinotrope's been playing it. You think of the shutdown holds they did on the top sort of floor from Janitors. You think of the way that they try to, again, extend and slow down the play. They've created a network of pain down here on server. As I said, you know, expect the server approach and see if you can try and counter it and slow it down. Jin is wasting no time. Remember, the tool hold they had last time isn't the sort of follow-through. That single pull, they've immediately cut half of the hold, and unfortunately 2 missed saps mean that they only got 1 piece of utility for the trouble. Which, a little bit excited. Unfortunately missing the mark. Here, a minute. Feels like they've got a semblance of control more than they did last time round. They're not being contested for open, not being contested for Janitors. But also, they've not lost the army because of it. Steady clear, steady. Bit of a close down on those swing positions from what we had last time. And toe-to-toe with the shield. Just shepherd them back down towards the site here, don't we?
Shields being as prevalent as ever on a map like Bank, of course. Just for EFORCE, the good thing is that they haven't lost anyone, and they're making really good progress. Just through the basic steps that we expect to see on Bank. Get the hatches open, of course, being the first one. Oh, look at this. Oh my, oh my. A double stack in behind the server rack. A Denari and a Warden. 2 of the ADSs are gone. There is the shield, but I don't think that's going to stay up for much longer. You can see the Denari traps are also in place, but again, the nades can deal with that extremely well, as long as they can burn that remaining ADS. I mean, this is a new one. I've never seen this before. I think it's going to be a barbecue. I think it is.
Yeah, they're cooked. Kawa, again, just
how does he get
burnt in there, and there's a fight up through the hatch, but I have questions. I don't think I'll have answers. They're watching for the long play. They did delay the time. It's fair enough. This was the approach. They've got themselves the fresh Denari picked up and removed here, and as they try and steady themselves through, 30 seconds to go for the plant itself. The wall is partially covered. It's a late pop there on towards that Goyo fire. It's not going to give them a lot of time and a shield to cover a shield. That's just a bit horrendous, really.
Yes,
How do you sort of smash this? You don't. There's a bit of damage done. There's 2 kills picked up by AntiForce 36, and there's one more. I mean, I'm a Kinotrope of... I said it, they're raising questions, Demo. I don't really know what they're doing.
Have you ever seen 2 players inbound the server rack trying to hold up with 3DSs and a shield?
No.
Ever seen that? There's a
No.
reason. There's a reason why you don't see that. It's not very good. Not very good at all. Don't really know what the idea was with what they did. Because obviously, the risk of it is, if both those players die just to a mad amount of util, which typically for a bank basement, there will be a mad amount of util being brought in by the attackers, you're going to die. You know, they tried the triple stack. You've let the Twitch drone just slip in, you know? Destroy the ADSs, and then from there, you're just gonna die. You know, the capital bolts go in. Kinotrope, just off the rails at the moment. Somebody needs to get in there and take over, because right now it's... they're gonna crash. They really are.
I think it's just... I don't know. I'm... Because you've got to give compliments here to AntiForce 36. They're facing the problems that are ahead of them, right? They're able to sort of manipulate the space. The Capital's getting a lot of work at these sort of positions held. 2 kills with Capital fire over about 3 rounds is a decent innings for a Capital that usually will only get 1 or 2 and force movement from players. It seems like they're sort of like, this is my post, I will hold this post, and I've died. But at the same sort of spread of it, Kinotrope's choices are just limiting themselves more than anything. They're... I don't know. I don't know if I'm not being negative to that degree. You can see they have ideas, but the ideas just aren't working. And this is a game where, as I said at the start, this is your must win. This is your one where you sort of lock it down. Is it because these holds have worked? These off-the-piece sort of thoughts and let's do this double behind the shield, let's set the Denari up, let's do this and this, has worked against things like PSG Talon? Maybe. But it's not working here. And you kind of want to drift your way back to something a little bit more, I don't know, designed around success. At this point, AntiForce 36, they've done 3 rounds in a row. They could be the first team to get themselves here locked in. Imagine if that Monty round had gone away from them. Obviously, it was as close as possible, and it was still a brilliant bit of play, regardless of how the team has sort of fallen apart since then. But still, it could be a 6-4 for AntiForce 36 right now, based off of one very, very clever move.
Yeah, I mean, their attacks have looked really good, and it's the same thing of what we've seen in DPlus. You know, their bans, the smoke, and the Chanka, it's all geared up for those plants. And, you know, obviously in that basement, the plant does go down. Open area, the plant does go down. Yeah, it's just great to see teams, if you're going to go for bans, you're actually then almost abusing what will come of that if you go for those bans. And obviously the thing that you can abuse if you ban the Chanka and smoke is you will get the plant down. That's going to happen. So yeah, so far, AntiForce looked really good in the attacks. And Kinotrope have to do something, and hopefully that timeout has settled the nerves, have got them locked in. Now that is a good first pick. You've taken off the solo carry for E36. Down goes Nina. 15 kills he was on. Big pick.
Even spread either side, and hoping to see if they can try and just find a first route in. It might be Akuzu actually sneaking their way up rather than the focus on the windows. As the blinds come out, they've got to build this space for Akuzu, but Akuzu has to operate on the back of it, and he's got a barbed wire to cross his way through. So he's going to make a bit of noise. He's going to take a bit of pain. Jin swings in, gets one. They now have the fight on towards the elevator, which they win, so they can put the pressure on towards the back, and they double it down. And AntiForce 36 struck. There was a couple of kills that went away from them, especially Nina, who's worth commenting 15 and 8. A massive, massive map for them. Is gone, but Akuzu getting a couple. The drive up towards the plant spot themselves. There's obviously still the remaining 2 players. One of them in janitors, one of them wanting to swing wider and wider. The C4 over the top. Doesn't quite get all of Mugi. Looked perfect, but one step and he's in the safer spot. Now just looks away, misses the first engagement. They're either side, but it's a post-plant 2 versus 1. The single remaining player, Akuzu, holding patient, still, waiting to get a clean first engagement. As soon as he does, they know where he is. Now the Maestro is on the counter defuse, playing distant. You gotta move. Gotta move. He's up. He's sprinting. He's down. Oh, he's played this well, but it's a bit dangerous. Either side can't quite get the angle. Sprints in even closer. Either side, the Maestro does find it. Mao. You said he pops up on defense when they needed him most. He gets Kinotrope. The second defense gets them onto that point.
Big. And those are the big moments that'll win you games. Both rounds that Kinotrope have won the defense are just off big plays from players, isn't it? 2 clutches coming in. Yeah, EFORCE, you do feel bad for them because this has been the big issue with them this stage. Is all of their games have been close and they've been narrowly losing a lot of them. And that's just because moments of what we've just seen, really, in both of the rounds. You know? It just comes down to just those little fine details. Like, you're doing so well to use your utility, get in, get the plant down. That's the kind of basis of what you're focusing on. And then you just let it slip because people start maybe doing their own things. It feels like, you know, you're taking challenges. It's a tough one again for EFORCE, but Kinotrope, it's a round that they needed. The timeout worked for them. And surprisingly, Emmy, they go down to the basement. Now, obviously last time they were here, they absolutely ran through. What are they going to change? We know that EFORCE, they all want the defense to play in the basement because of their bans. That's just probably like their preferred bomb site to attack, because you don't have to go through the process of dealing with the smoke of the Tachanka, and that makes things a lot nicer. You look at the lineup from EFORCE, you've got the Maverick in. So in terms of the Cade Claw that has a bit of an issue on that hatch, it dealt with straight away. And I just think they're just going to put motions and make sure they do the basics right, set themselves up for success. I mean, look at that right there, by the way. Off point for the elevator corridor. He runs through keepers. So really, for these players on Kinotrope, the only way they can get out of here is via the hatch.
Oh, that was a little bit of teeny bit of violence. Easy removal. And at this point, it's still this worry of holding on. Nina didn't take the first shot. Waited, watched a player drop, didn't operate, which is fair because think about if they had. It's not about whether they got that kill for free or not. It's that there's nobody else there to sort of operate on the back of it. They can sit patiently. An Echo Drone's just rolled around the side, though. Oh, and they still win the fight out of it. Actively echoed. Sylvia went for the swing, dropped and gone, and Nina is out of there. I mean, just free pacing, free positioning.
A bomb has been located.
Destruction happens inside the server side of the sites. There's not 2 people behind the stack with the shield this time, demo. Maybe that's what they talked about. That's good, I think.
Quite things that are currently playing out. Is pretty good time management as well, once again, from EFORCE. Being able to destroy the Goyos, you've obviously got that server control. Everything is going in their favor. The only thing is they need to maybe get somebody down with Heartbreach Gadget to open up the server wall to go for the plant, but that Capitaz is causing issues with the players inside of red. There is still a C4 that could be used, and he's going to need to go for it now because the plant's going down.
Hey gang, stop this, stop this, stop this. They didn't stop it.
Okay.
EFORCE 36, with 9 players on the board, have just pulled a plant off on server. whilst you have 2 C4s and an Echo drone, there's 2 more for Nina's tally. I mean, what an unbelievable map they had. A flawless. What was that round?
Well, like I said, they've done the basics right. I mean, that's obviously question marks in the defense, right? No doubt about it.
Yeah, it is.
The attackers have done what they've needed to do. They've played things perfectly. The defense just sat with C4s in their hands, not using it. Just no attempt at all there. They were really worried about a guy coming garage. Little did they know that the Nook who would typically go garage is sat holding main stairs. I think it may be a lack of info there, that round, which is weird to say, because I'm pretty sure they had a Valkyrie, didn't they? So, how can you have a lack of info with the Valkyrie on board? Is it just because it is a Nook, and you really are worried that the Valkyrie camera isn't going to pick them up if they walk in towards garage? Was that the issue?
I don't know. I mean, there's the lack of information, but also the over-reliance of information. They've doubled down with the Echo. They've doubled down with the Echo and the Valkyrie here again. And when is a better time to play Valkyrie? I mean, you could say they've tripled down, really, because they've also got the Maestro cams as well. That's free real estate for a good Nook player. And a good Nook player is somebody who's, you know, gets a triple kill that round, was 15-8. You can play against their reliance. You put fear into them. And having incorrect information that you believe is correct is the worst thing. It's worse than having no information. If they've dropped the camera, you're still cautious of an area. If you check the area on a camera and you don't see anything, it's fine. Let's not think about it. Let's not worry about it. Let's focus elsewhere. Oh no, suddenly we've died from 3 places. How has this happened? It's a single great pick on an operator against a team that was just resting. And it's almost in a weird way the same problems we sort of talked about from Kinotrope's defense throughout this, is they'll set up these holds and they'll sit and they'll rest and they'll wait and they'll have full faith that nothing's going to change, and they're not going to try and find a sneaky way to break it. Oh no, Enterforce 36. They found a sneaky way to break it, Demo. What do we do?
Well, I think right now for 36, it's picking your moment, isn't it? Whenever you've got Amaru, you want to get a little bit stealthy with it and try and buy your time until you can go for it. I actually thought that was the defender. I got worried there for a minute. I was like,
that was
the way that switched. Oh my, that was scary. But no, it's okay. It was just an attacker, just a thermite. And not a lot happened here for E36. Like I said, I just think they're waiting to get Nina in position. And right now, whenever the guy's in 18 kills, play around him. You know, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But just worry if somebody going to be, you know, caught onto this. But this could be an absolute freebie. I mean, the guy is on the cameras.
Oh, he
We need the distraction, though. We need the 3-2-1.
Oh, he's off. He's off. He's off. And he ran away. Okay. I'm not sure if that was luck that has netted him a reward there. You can't fault it.
Siege time.
Back and forth. 2 players left. And I'll talk about why it was luck in just a second. But here comes the swing through, covered by their own smoke, and instantly removed by Kawa. Classic bit of siege timing. And as Harper tries to find a kill with, unfortunately, no luck, flawless round. Okay, why was that luck in siege timing? Because he had gone to make his swing onto lobby. That wasn't him running down those stairs because he knew the player was underneath him. That was him on his Echo drone going, I'm going to just swing lobby windows. I'm bored. I've droned this for myself. And just so happened to be in a perfect position to turn around and shoot back. I mean, sometimes it happens.
Well. E36
Attackers need to locate and
losing out on that attack, but they now get the defense. But I think the way the game has went, you don't really want to be on the defense. Certainly attackers have had all the fun. But at least now we will see a more traditional kind of basement, of course, because we've got the operators like the Chanka, like the smoke available. Because the bans are different than what we've been used to for the past 7 rounds. So, yeah, you'd expect to see probably a little bit more fast-paced aggression coming in from Kinotrope again, just based on their lineup. They've got the double shields, which obviously rewarded them very well on the basement whenever they were going for a backdrop specifically. However, the last time they went for the backdrop, it was dealt with pretty well by Interforce. They were able to set up the Goyo canisters in the correct position just to stop that from happening. It looks as though they're reverting back to the first round they defended this, whenever they were bringing in the Denari, for example. Remember the Denari that was inside a server with no util at all, just the Denari. That was all it was. And the Denari's also put in, I believe they put the trips for Garage and then also put the trips inside a Vault too. So, yeah, that's where we are. This is the first round defensive setup from E36. Let's just hope they don't get caught out by that back take like they did the first round.
At this point, you know, we've sort of seen some back and forth rounds. It's been a long time since we've had Kinotrope, obviously, on their attack, and they had a really decent stint of it in the middle. And Force 36 struggled to deal with some of the reads, some of the pushes, and I think it's the fairest way of putting it. It's the best that Kinotrope have played, rather than the negative of saying both these teams are struggling to get their defense down. We did see fair bits of this. Shields running in, trying to put pressure on towards the backside of the site. Juggling of Fuse and Tubarao once again happening as well, and tried to slip that one through, but Tubarao was more than ready for it. This awareness on the drop on the hatch is going to be the important part. Because as I said, a lot of times they've sort of, you know, been prepared for this approach, been prepared for this line of pressure, and then it's just moved around on towards the back. Here comes a quick break. Seems like they want to return and revert to some of that sort of classic energy here, down on towards the other side. There's a bit of a fight on blue, but with the hatch open, Harper doesn't just want to try and peel himself away. Instead, the opposite. The Denari's stepping as close as possible. Wanted to just sort of put a statement down. The grenade getting its bounce and its roll round. He's found a lot of utility, but he's found a dead end. Two shields either way. He's going to fight one of them, but he can't quite get it as the cover comes around the corner. He did everything he could to survive there, but unfortunately no real surviving of that. Okay. 1 minute left. They've netted a kill, and they've netted control of servers. But we talk about missed utility in moments. They've got this Chanka to try and juggle through. I'm not sure if the Maestro cams and bubbles are still active as well. But it's this, the control of the hatch. This C4 on towards the other bit of a watch. Is going to do a lot of damage on towards Sylvia. Doesn't quite net the kill itself, but that is that usage of that one throw. So otherwise, they're just looking at the Chanka fire and the long range of the Maestro to see if they can try and slow it down. But 20 seconds left now. They've got to full send it, full focus it, and they've got to try and get this kit connected. Alcayo forced further back again. There's still a lot of fire in this Shimika launcher to just douse and entirely cover the back end. They take some damage, and they tuck themselves in behind the chassis. Now the plant is being confirmed, but more fire, more drops, and a cold kit. 5 seconds demo. They just did everything a little bit too late. Cannot fight their way, and cannot get it landed.
Do you know what I love? The fact that since he made them tweets, the Chanka gameplay has been off the rails.
Yeah.
He could not, like, really, he could not be more wrong but said the Chanka's not very good in this site. I'm sorry, Des. Come on, man. Please delete the posts.
I want to scroll through and retweet one.
Oh, can we actually recite them? Can we read them out? Just so everyone here
Can we put them on the broadcast?
I'll read them out to everyone. Let's have a look. Here we go. And look, with a tech pause as well. A perfect time. Do we have a tech pause? He's called for tech. What's the issue?
Oh, they're double checking.
Oh, okay. He's
all right.
okay. It's fine. It's all
It's
good.
fine.
Well, I'll still have a look. Here we go. So, this is not my words. This is Dez's words.
Yep.
Can someone please explain the hype behind Tachanka for Bank Basement? I get the theory of it, but so rarely does it deny plants as intended, with the diffuser going down just a few steps either way to avoid the fire.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Dez. You're wrong. I mean, listen. Stay in your play-by-play lane. Tim did a big thing. Tim's drawn diagrams on his Twitter. Wow. I'm just you know, both of them wrong. I'll tag it. I'll write the Chanka good. Shut up. That'll be my response.
You have to drop the bozo as well at the end of it.
Yeah. Oh, do I do it on Tim's or on Dez's though?
Dez, don't hurt Tim.
Yeah, true.
You know, Tim's being blind. Well, he is blind literally, but not in that he's blinded by Dez.
Alright, I've done it now. Just gone live. I just wrote Sanka good. Shut up, bozo. No context to him, but context to the viewers right now. 7-7. At this point, with how weirdly played out this game had, we've almost had as many defensive round wins in overtime as we had through the entirety of the game itself. Will that be the continuing sort of back and forth, or will this be the sort of thread through as the pressure comes on towards it? Yuki's gets this first. They went back to their extended hole in towards open, and now they peel back. Nina gone. You lose the Twitch with all that utility, but you lose Nina, the person who was almost up to 20 kills on the 2.0 KD. Gone.
Yeah, you've hit the nail right in the head there, Emmy. You've lost, obviously, the Twitch, who was going to be great for the util. You think about the Goyo canisters, they're still going to be up in the site. How do you remove them? IQ has used both of their nades. Don't know where they use both of the nades, but they have, so that means you can't blow them up. And then, again, you've taken out Nina. Nina is going to be denied a 20 bomb this game. Finishes on 19. So they're going to have to move so fast to make this happen. And they're also probably going to have to plant long angle. That's the issue with it as well. That I don't think they're going to be able to plant close breach because that Goyo canister you see on the desk will cover that.
Well, they've pinged out the Echo drone. They're waiting for another one to actually come around. There goes the light wall, and they're just going to try and creep their way. Mookie's going for the plant.
Any Goyos?
On the wall itself. The Goyos aren't being popped. There's the Echo drone. They had the other player in his base. The Echo was focusing on the coverage, and they've made it stick and got Kawa in the meantime. Sylvia's style is holding down above itself, but they didn't even need the hatches demo. They just went for it. Made it stick and made it land. I mean, if they had a Tachanka, they could have stopped it. But anyway, 20 seconds left here. 7 versus 7. In terms of the round count, it'll throw itself in towards these final 7 players. Just getting the first. The next connection on towards it, and it's Harper. Pops up for a freebie on Mao. The Clash has gone for the retake. Oh. Surely not. They have the shield on the back. Sylvia's holding on, but can't quite make it. Enter Force 36. Stop the run and the rain. Get themselves 2 points in all the distance, but get themselves a win once again.
Every single basement that EFORCE have had to attack, they have got the plant now. And it just shows the power of the bans that they've went for. That is the playstyle that they want to go with. They remove the smoke, they remove the Tachanka, and you can get plants down. Goyo can only defend the close angle. He cannot Goyo off the long angle with his placements. So that's the difference that you see. So yeah, all credit to EFORCE. They always have close games. They always have scrappy games. But this time, they've been able to win one.
Right, well, we'll throw to a quick break before we're back with the next game.
Swapping mags.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Good day, mates. It's Mingoran, head coach for Enterprise Esports. Today, I have date with Jackson Donwell Buppin.
I'm Bappin, player for Enterprise, and this is Vegemite and Fairy Bread.
We will try this one, top on candy. How to say this one?
Fairy Bread.
Fairy bread?
Fairy.
Fairy
Yeah.
bread. This looks
Just eat.
really weird. You love that? You love that?
Oh, it's so good. Eat more.
No. Don't try this at home.
It's not that bad.
So shit.
Sorry.
I never tried this one again. How did you go from casual seat to competing at top level? But you're not top level, but yeah.
Come on, bro. I started with my IRL friends from school. It's like a bit of console. And then I think it was like 4 years ago I got a PC, started playing ranked. I've just been grinding since then, I don't know. Nothing too serious in the first like 2 years. But once I started playing like my first blast stage, I knew I had potential. So I just grinded even harder. I worked my way here, so here we are now.
Awesome. Our team is considered one of the best team in the APL right now. Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, I agree.
I can't agree that.
Why?
We will be humble.
One of us is, you know.
You have confidence for that?
Yeah.
You're best APL team in right now.
You don't have confidence?
I have confidence, but we will be humble for viewers and for
yeah.
chat. Say again.
Yeah. I'm humble.
That's good. If you think we're best team in APL, what do you think you bring that lineup?
What do I bring? I bring the best mechanics, the best comms, some good energy to the team. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, keep talking.
That's all I bring. I'm just there.
Okay, you never bring energy, but okay. Oh, too salty.
Hey, what's going on everybody for APL Stage 2? I'm Dev Marta and you're watching Short Ones, the show with hot wings and even hotter questions. Today I'm joined by Enterprise Esports coach and Korean gangster, Mingoran.
Hello, chaps.
Okay, Mingo, so you can talk smack on Twitter, you can win plenty of games, you can coach your team to victory, but how are you going to go against the fiery wings of death?
I don't know, Australian has spicy food. Sometimes Australian hot food is really shit for me. So
Do you eat a lot of spicy food in Korea?
yeah, every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got 3 different spice levels, from mild on your left, all the way up to very spicy. I've got the same wings as you, but the difference is I'm not Korean. I feel like this is a little bit stacked against me here, but Mingo, we're gonna give it a go anyway. Mingo, when you're ready, please dive into your very first wing. So one of your favorite sayings on Twitter is positive mind, make good result. Can you explain more about what this actually means?
I was a baseball player before the esports career. Every time I think about positive thing,
because at that time I was team captain, so I have to lead my boys. So I have to get a positive mind. But after SI, I talk about we have to get a positive mind, and then we just playing video game, and everyone get a no pressure, and then everyone just enjoy game, and then we beat Oobs and SI 25. Oh no, it's 25, 24. So at that time, my mindset was, yeah, just get a positive mind, and then I just believe that result. So yeah.
What do you think of the wings?
Tasty is shit. It's not good.
I think you need to eat some more. You see the spicy bit? Get as much as you can of that. Come on, you're Korean. This should be easy for you. So, you talk a lot on Twitter. You talk a lot of smack as well. You're adding players. You're saying that you guys are the best. Why is it that you love Twitter so much?
In my opinion, Twitter posting is one of part of marketing stuff. So every player have to posting something for after game or before the game. But my boys too shy. Never posting about game. Never posting about just IRL. Just I have to do that shit for organization side and then Rainbow Six Esports scenes. So yeah, just talking shit and then everyone get a laugh.
How does it feel having to carry the team on Twitter? Because no one knows how to talk or market themselves.
Sometimes it's boring, but yeah, that is my job, I guess.
Amazing.
Just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. Just drop it. Just drop it. Just drop it. La 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 la.
What? A surprisingly back and forth bloody brawl on Game 1 demo. I mean, where else are we going to be? We're heading in, obviously, PSG Talon versus SCARZ. This is another sort of one of those mid-table battles. Do you think it's going to be as spicy?
I don't know if it'll be as close. I think that this one could tip either which way. I think both teams have looked good and bad this stage. Both teams have had good wins. Both teams have had bad losses. So I feel as though we may get something similar. I feel as though one team, it might be like a 7-3 or something like that today. I don't know. I kind of have that feeling about this kind of game. I don't think it's going to be the same blood battle that we kind of had in our last matchup. You think about both of these teams and you think about the history of them. PSG Talon obviously has been like, I think they were probably the biggest talk of last year, weren't they? Really, in that 2024 year, Fabian coming over, doing what he did, I think it was good to see. Good to see an established coach come over to this region and actually make 5 players that we really didn't know a lot about go and perform, go to international events, do actually quite well at international events. But like I said this whenever I was on with James on Saturday. I just feel as though it's not the same. It doesn't hit the same as whenever Fabian was there. It just feels like, and again, not sat here trying to discredit Joker, but like I said, it's just that it's them finding their feet without. That's what I think this year's about, isn't it, for them?
Well, this is also the thing. We talk about not hitting the same. Unfortunately, Yunsang, the pickup in the replacement for Yas, hasn't been able to hit themselves at the same sort of level as well. They're struggling to get in. They've obviously been able to have big moments in their debut season. I think like last year, maybe year before, in the previous roster of Damwon and Kia at the time, I think it was. was great. They really sort of hit the ground running. They were a great shield player when the shield meta sort of came in, and here, unfortunately, they just have not been able to capitalize on the same magic. The rest of the team, they're still pulling their weight a bit, but as soon as Yunsung starts to maybe click with the roster, gets themselves in, they could see a bit of a different change of face. And talking of, let's have a look at SCARZ now. Similar sort of stories in some methods, but this time it's Choppy is leading pretty heavily. 4th best player in the league this split so far in terms of rating, and otherwise, unfortunately, the rest of the team is falling a little bit further behind. There's a big distance and difference, apart from Rec sort of getting themselves leveled, and they're kind of missing that team wow factor that we've had from SCARZ before, especially that sort of duo of Igator and Fishlike that have not been able to get themselves in continually. They're struggling on the entry game, as you can sort of see on a split across it as well. And again, it's sort of like we know the expectations of these two teams because of the history of these two teams on international stages, but they haven't been able to get themselves operating as full force units.
Yeah, I think Wishoy's been the surprising one. Wishoy was actually the best player in the league last year, or not last year, last stage. And he has had a significant drop off, I have felt anyway, compared to where SCARZ were last stage. I think it's not just him though. You know, I think other players have also had that dip. 3 of their players are sitting, actually 4 of their players are sitting in the bottom half of players in this stage. So again, the whole team seems to be struggling, bar just one player. So they just need to get their magic back. They need to get that mojo found. Whereas, you know, you look at PSG Talon and you look at their players in terms of how they've been performing. Again, nobody really setting the world on fire, but I think they've all been pretty consistent in and around each other. There's not been one standout player, I feel, for PSG, which is good to have. I think having a standout player, you just kind of look at that team and think, oh, it all comes down to this one person. Whereas if everyone working for you, it gives you so many more options whenever it comes to games.
Well, talking of Nighthaven Labs, I know I made a reference to it, and then it was so common, sort of last split and last days, and we've only had it once. We're going to get it gifted again, demo, back towards what was a very good battlefield. But I think both these teams in this sort of region as a whole, they love to sort of play into the procedural elements of it, the fact that it brings a lot of the vibes of, say, Clubhouse, or say those sort of structured takes and structured elements. It is something where between these two teams who have a lot of experience on this map, who have international experience on this map, it could be a really fun fight here on Labs demo.
Yeah, I think we always remember how good PSG are on LAN, on a map like Labs, whenever they took down the Falcons team. I think, was it on Labs that they took down Falcons? I'm pretty sure it was.
Yes.
So, I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Invite, I think.
I thought it was Manchester.
No, that was an Oregon game. Remember, you used this clutch like a 1v3 and like to win the game, but they should have won. That was that. But I'm pretty sure that they played the Falcons team on Labs at SI. Let me just double check. Yes,
you
they
run
did.
the numbers. We've got bans coming in.
PSG beat them 7-5 on Labs. Yeah, I do remember that. That was whenever Ryder hit the clip.
Oh yeah, I do.
Who now's got a gun skin from it, I believe.
Hell yeah. Now, I feel like this is going to be a little bit more of an even game. We had a sort of a back and forth brawl on the previous one. It included a lot of, I guess, particular plays, I'm going to call them, with an asterisk. On the defense, there was struggles on the side of the defense. It was very offense-sided up until the very end. Here, I'm hoping and expecting we get more of the taste of these two teams when they were fighting for the top dog spots of both their sort of individual regions of Japan and Korea, but as a whole, APAC North, as a sort of over the years of getting themselves on towards those major stages repeatedly and getting themselves on towards SI stages. Either way, it opens here with pretty standard set of removals, the Monty and the Glaz from the side of SCARZ. PSG Talon do like to run it from time to time. They're like, you know, you're looking at decent holds underneath, you're looking at decent smoke pushes, just remove the problems. There's none of those little pocket plays like the Maverick holes on the basement walls and things like that as well. You can just sort of play a bit safer on the other side of a smoke.
Yeah, pretty traditional bans coming in. Well, maybe hard breachers might be the other thing that we see get banned out from the attacking side, but look, Monty is obviously going to have a lot of value in a map like Labs. It's great for taking into rafters, and then you kind of rotate over for the fish side of things. I think removing that operator is pretty smart coming in from SCARZ. And also Monty, sometimes can be seen if things aren't going well, teams will just pick the Monty and, to try and slow things down and just get some rounds on the board using the shield. So he kind of take away the panic Monty, as it was dubbed a very long time ago by a little team. You might have heard of them, called NIP.
I have heard of them, but my lore runs deep, so... Quick break. On towards the connector, eyes on towards the pressure, standard, step. They're going to try and hold on to electric as much as they can, but, well, seemingly the lights have gone out inside the building. Maybe it'll be a bit trickier to find out there on the deep roam rack. Valkyrie could do some damage. Obviously, we'll be playing with impacts potentially underneath instead of a C4 chance and opportunity, but there's the loop over the top. They're hoping to catch them out, bait them in. They know where the approach is. They know what they need to get control of, and they haven't done it massively quickly yet.
Slight issue. They've reinforced up the connector wall, and there's no hard breach left for PSG. So that connector wall will remain closed, which essentially now it forces PSG to have to funnel in through doorways. One of them's obviously going to have to be in towards electrical or in through IT, both of which can be held from the pillar position. So this is the big issue for PSG. Without any hard breach going down on that connector wall, players can just dig themselves in deep into sight, and that's exactly what they're doing. A great pick there from Ayagator takes down Ryder.
Yeah, just sort of locked themselves in there, spraying their way across either side. A 3 versus 3 has got it now balanced, actually. Yinsen gets one more to push themselves one step ahead of SCARZ, but Rek on the rotate can't win it out. Yinsen had the deep watch, and that leaves just Choppy alone. Sprays on towards a fight, but it's not quite clean enough, and they instantly react, play on contact there well. 45 seconds, more than enough time. PSG Talon, they were slow to cook, but came to a decent boil for a delicious broth.
I mean, SCARZ just swinging for no reason. I mean, they really could have just dug themselves deep. Like, where really was the map pressure coming in from PSG that round? There wasn't really any of it. Like I said, connector wall being shut. Somebody plays pillar. You can lock down the IT cross. Stop them running in through the garage breach. Nobody was looking to pressure fish either. You could just sat somebody in fish corridor and held the breach also. Just SCARZ, they had it all in their hands, and then they threw it away. SCARZ, maybe just getting a little bit too aggro there. Wherever they didn't need to be. They were in a really good position. I just don't think they knew it. Again, in hindsight, it's great knowing that we can see all the operators, what gadgets they have. We can see it all. But teams don't. They wouldn't have known that there's going to be no other hard breachers for the connector wall. They wouldn't have known that.
Nope. I think that's the sort of play, right? What they did was pretty traditional. Getting that reinforced and re-reinforcing it afterwards, putting the pressure on, especially when they haven't banned hard breach, as you said. It's very common for teams to ban both at least 2 hard breaches. There's more than 2.
Both of them.
There has been a while. My lore runs deep.
We don't recognize Havana as a hard breach these days.
We don't recognize. No, Havana is an entry, and I will not hear any different. And then even doubling down and getting a third one on the sort of trot. Almost a Ram running off to the races here against Rek, who's just sort of playing the stretch game. They could get themselves down on the hatch and get out of there if they wanted to, but with the support structure of Ayagator, they're just going to sort of put a bit of phantom pressure in, open up themselves the opportunity, and move away. The hold is one that is tall and will slowly fall step by step. They are dedicating a lot of utility here, and a shield and Ryder are just going to smash their way through. There's Ryder with a quick double. Wow. Ayagator, you're in a bit of a dangerous spot here, my friend. You need to get out of here. Tries to slip their way. They're just being hunted by Yinseng. And as I said, Yinseng was known as being a very, very good shield player. When the meta started to come together, they've sort of hoped to bait him to 2 stories or a story of destruction and decimation. But one player on the site right now, it could be a bit of a call for alarm. They're trying to get 2 back there as well. But Rek, he's not a million miles away. He's still massively hurt here.
Yeah, PSG, in their last Playday on the attacks, they looked really good on a map like Skyscraper. Like a 5-1/2 in Skyscraper is definitely something that you should not, snarl at. It's very, very impressive. And certainly for PSG, the way that they played those attacks was slow and steady for the majority of it. And I think that's the kind of team that they are. They like to focus on those fundamentals, on those basics. Obviously, getting 2 opening picks like that, just, you may as well call the round done and dust it. But they just want to make sure that they can do that and just slow it down, really start to drain the life out of it. Ryder with a third. Nice trade there by Rek, but still, it's a 2-man advantage still. For PSG, in goes the shield. And Fenrir exposing where he was. Last guy's in sight. Challenging onto him. Gotti gets the final one. There you go. As simple as that for PSG. Slow and steady. Not looking to rush things whenever they get a fantastic opening to the round. Yeah, that's their kind of siege. Don't mess it up. Just make sure you get the round on the board.
Yeah, as I sort of lent my way into it at the start, said it's procedural. It's a map that plays itself well for this sort of compartmentalized takes. And yeah, PSG Talon did them great. They had the pace across the top. I think they were like, okay, they're doing a tool hold. We can hit it, but let's hit it hard. Let's hit it fast. Ryder comes in and gets the double, but they've got Yunsung charging in from Fish with the shield. They've got pressure on towards the IT quite early. It's just very well placed together. They gave them a route out, but that's because they were sort of like, look, you're either going to die or you can maybe get half of an escape. But then we've got somebody watching vending. We've got somebody watching all these positions. It's just well put together approach, as you said. SCARZ, they're going to try and get themselves back towards the top floor. They're going to, get themselves, obviously the clash gives themselves a little bit more maneuverability. I'm assuming we get a couple of sets of pocket hard breach here from the side. Oh no, the thermite's back on anyway. Bit of a quick change round of the approach there. Maybe saw the clash and realized, okay, let's not play the shield. Let's instead try and put some pressure back against them with the Capital that got picked into. And I mean, it's sort of everything you'd want to deal with that sort of mobility hold here. The Fenrir even, the Flores is going to be great at getting rid of those Kiba barricades if needed. Get some control inside and just make that position that was played across rafters trickier.
Oh, good to see they've brought in more than just one hard breach, which is a little bit worrying whenever you see the team just bring in the one whenever you do have so many options available to yourself. PSG, and doing those core fundamentals correctly. The breaches have to be opened up whenever you look at this top floor. However, Misa, drone work hasn't been done, gets caught out. Just a simple hole in the floor. Gonna be able to take him out, and down goes the Demos, who is great for this top floor. You think about the value that you get from scanning players downstairs, and then you could just go over and floor bang them from below. But without that now, areas such as the close in the E-box door makes things very difficult. And speaking of, there are 2 players stacked up on that door. Gator and Rek. Primed and ready. One of them does have a shotgun, don't forget. Not fun to go up against, but this clash I just think is going to be the big kicker. Need to try and get an air jab in there somehow, but and it's going to be tricky.
Ooh, the Capital bolt is all on the Clash. Clash, you got to move somewhere. And they moved back into the fire for a second. Whoa. I thought they left and went back in, fish-like. We almost had our 3rd person barbecued today. Spray through, and that will get the end of them. Another Capital bolt. Easy sort of pickup. As I said, it was picked as the counter towards the Clash, and there it is. In sort of Technicolor. Wants to sprint their way across the divide. Knows as soon as they do, they'll probably get caught. There's the sort of narrow angles and margins. So instead, lock it down with a shotgun. There's 1. Gets the drop on 2. Oh. Gator with 3 for the round. 2 of them within a breath. And a smattering of death now. Yunsung, all that's left. As I said, the Flores will be good to get rid of the sort of Kiba barricades and the Azami on this position. But at this point, you've done that, but you've also got to get rid of the Azami on this position. 15 seconds, just hoping to get an exit frag and pad the stats a little bit at this point. Otherwise, I think they're just cooling things down with how things fell away at the end of that last round.
E-box, classic position for the shotgun SMG combination. See, the shotgun just puts in so much work at those close distances. And honestly, the Clash, I have to mention it, probably what won them the round. Not as though Clash got any kills. Didn't necessarily stop them from running in and going for a plant. You know, the traditional way that we see Clash be used. But what it did was it ate up a lot of util. Clash was able to get 2 fire arrows out of the Capitão. Then, where that kind of rolls on from there, is then they don't have any fire arrows to deal with the guy on E-Box. You know, you think about that Capitão, imagine if he had a fire arrow. Just flamed him out. Simple as that. But no, he didn't have any util because he used both of them dealing with the Clash. It's knock-on effect I like to mention. If you use util in one area of the map, it may go lacking in other areas.
Well, SCARZ get their first defense there. It was a, I mean, well, it had to be a much better performance. They were able to have responses towards the approaches that came towards them. 2 kills off that single position. Yeah, it's the perfect place for a shotgun. They knew exactly where he was, but they had to send it. They had no other real choice. I think at that moment in time, it was, I think off the top of my head, a 3 versus 4 then anyway. 2 people trying to get a 1 versus X is a good move that ended poorly, but in a poor situation. Either way, it's technically a primary site. They've won it once already, and now they'll go back down to the basement. This, for my money, was much worse of a hold. It fell apart much quicker because of the sort of gunfights that were lost on the top floor. I'm hoping, or wondering even, I guess, if SCARZ, they're going to try and double it down, think they can win it, or maybe just be a bit more passive. Your favorite operator in the hands of Choppy. They're just getting themselves some awareness and sort of preordainment on the swings round on those windows. But
yeah, it has a bailiff, and that is it. That's all this operator has. Honestly, the way this operator is viewed, in my perspective, is this is Shaiko's troll operator. Yeah, this is what this operator is in my mind. Whenever Shaiko wants to lash out for a round and he wants to troll, he'll pick Alibi. Yeah, that's his headless operator. That's the way I view Alibi. It's just Shaiko. Yeah, just... I went on a bit of a spiel yesterday on the Asia stream. If you want to know what I said about Alibi, go back and find it somewhere.
Roll it back.
Yeah, but I'm not going to go through it again. I'm not going to anger myself at this time in the morning. Ryder again. Starting off really well. Another strong opening pick. And they're just going to full send it in with the Aurora to block off the doors. And Gotti runs deep, avoids the flames. Smoke was well beside it. A genius plant position from Gotti. And nobody from SCARZ is there to react.
Well, the plan is settled. It's a 4 versus 3. And now they've got to try and retake their own site while fighting in and amongst the middle of it. Fish-like. Takes a big bite out of a PSG Talon player, but Gotti tucks around hiding as Ryder gets one more. Fine with Shoy. Gets one out the door, but now there's the green down cargo into a waiting thing. PSG Talon again. Saw opportunity. What did they do, Demo? And they took it.
Yeah, it's clean siege. Really good stuff here from PSG. Very similar to how they kind of went about their attacks on Skyscraper. Again, they have a method to it. They see the openings, they see the gaps. Their players are showing up in the gun department. You know, Ryder has been electric on those entries, which is very, very important, as we know in a game of Sieges. If you can consistently get that first pick, it just gives you so many options. You can use that extra man for anything and everything. An extra man will come into play. A late backstab, flank watch, just another body to throw at players in the site. Yeah, you have that extra man. Use it. And they're doing really well at doing so. That extra man was used, I'm pretty sure, just in the flank protection. Which is great to see. So, yeah, and a good plant pause, realizing that, hey, there's a bit of fire here. Let's just avoid that. You charge through, you take a bit of tick damage, but as long as you have 1 HP, you can still plant in this game. Could you imagine if they made it where you have to be over 50 HP to plant the diffuser in this game? Now, that would be...
That feels just cruel.
Welcome to the defender-sided meta, if that's the case. That would be horrific to play in.
I'm just trying to imagine what the strategies would be like in this world, and it would just be barbed wire, traps, anything that can slightly
if that's the
hurt
case,
people.
Finka would be meta.
Yeah, you would need to. You've suggested a nonsense thing.
But I have also then mentioned stuff that would make it viable. You have to bring a Fink every round. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, Okay, I wanna get off Demo's wild
It's
ride.
still better than saying that, you know, the tank is bad for bank basement. I will say that much.
That's true. And also, we live in a universe, in the Siege universe, without doors. Anyway, we have now, once again, PSG Talon resting control, and obviously with the limitation of the Blitz, Yinsung won't be able to make the same approaches, so instead, what do? Give the Nook the kit and see what happens. They were able to sneak a plant on the previous round.
Yeah.
This time, it might not be as easy. They're trying to get some flat pressure, but it doesn't... Okay, I was about to say, it doesn't feel like SCARZ are leaning into it, but there's the response. Ryder screams their way up from cargo stairs, now has eyes on the site itself, but without the verticality, it's a little bit awkward. You can see Yinsung's trying to make their way in with the plant, fighting the kit with a shotgun, just drives through, gets caught from the verticality, but the kit is being cemented. Yinsung on the opposite side, able to get it behind the pillar, and amongst the chaos, they thought they had it. They did not.
Big.
Post-plant situation, they have the verticality watched, and the toes are shot. Gotti gets one, Choppy's gone. And another steal of a round, another steal of a plant. Such great, snappy approaching on towards the objective here. They've replaced themselves a C4. They want to go for the swing out, but they just don't know where they're being watched from, because they could be being watched from so many different places. There goes Ryder. Gotti's above. And, okay, Yinsung was just having a laugh. But at this point, credit there for PSG Talon again.
Yeah. Really good stuff. I mean, it's a classic attack, isn't it? And that's the issue with the storage bomb site, is you have a window that leads directly into the bomb site, which it's a window into a blind spot, don't forget. Yeah, those don't happen all too often, and the fact that you have one on this map just makes things really difficult. So then you have to play a guy inside of storage to stop that from happening. But then the issue is, you can open up IT breach, which is obviously an exterior wall inside, which then leads into vert, which you will then kill the storage guy from. So the only way you can defend that window jump in will then be dealt with immediately from a very, you know, simple open up a breach, 8 vert control on storage. You know, that's the issue with that bombs, and that's where teams do find it really difficult. Again, retakes are fairly common. Downstairs presence is another thing that I'm surprised there wasn't any off there from SCARZ. I mean, that's another way to stop the window jump and play a guy downstairs with a C4. Have to credit, though, I think it was Misa on the Ying. He just has to full send it. You know, he knows he just has to go in and just trade 1 for 1. If you kill that guy in storage, the plant will go down.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
4-1 here. SCARZ slipping further and further away from them. PSG Talon have turned it on. Obviously, they've sort of got themselves into this situation. They're middle of the table. They had the roughest start possible. 2 losses in a row, I believe, and then bounce back into 2 wins. If they're growing themselves into a strength here and getting themselves up toward being top contenders, suddenly you have maybe 4 teams fighting towards that top couple of spots. Tag, FEARX, DPlus, obviously all still yet to play today as well, but PSG Talon could jump themselves immediately in towards that mix.
5 seconds remaining.
Still sort of early. We had comebacks earlier on today as well.
Attackers are moving out to locate
But at this
a bomb
point,
and
it's also fair enough. Gotti, when your Thermite and your Hard Breach entries getting themselves up towards the 7-1, it's an oddly balanced round. I think it's fair.
Oh. Wreck. Be careful. There is a window. Misa. A little bit of damage to Wreck, but still alive. And when I go ahead and barricade that bottom fish. So obviously last time for shooting over the up here, I don't think they just had the util to deal with areas such as E-Box. And, you know, you look at the lineup now, you've got the Grim, you've got the Blackbeard, so yeah, you're going to have that in abundance now to deal with any player in that position. It's just having the nades, I think, is the key thing here. And they've got 2 sets of that. One from obviously the Blackbeard, and then also a set from Ryder on the Nook. But where Ryder's going to go with the Nook is always the fun one. You know, Nook could be anywhere on the map. It looks as though she's actually inside a kitchen right now. I'll have to see how that plays out and see if maybe a backstab will come in via maybe fish stairs. There's a bit of barbed wire, I believe, in the staircase, so just has to be careful of that. But other than the barbed wire, there ain't much really stopping it. Not any traps on the SCARZ lineup, so it just gives free range for the Nuke to get themselves in there. But slow and steady.
The fact that the Flores drone is being used to open up the soft so they don't have to punch it is a big tell, but there's not going to be a backstab when they're just going to front stab as well. They've got themselves the control here instead of going for the connector side as they've done the previous couple of attempts here. Instead, it's the sort of back take, it's the fish take. Now the pressure on towards the rafters as well, and Ryder's just going to sit and wait and hope that somebody flanks onto their flank. But that is down for Gotti to start applying some pressure here on the opposite side, for pressure to come in from the top of rafters. They're just getting it all checked out so they can go for the hop in and be safe in this pressure as Wishoy. And, well, three of them. Okay, three of them screen themselves out and just keep going. Wishoy push deep on towards Gotti. The Blackbeard's suddenly a little bit alone here, and Wishoy's able to get Yunsung as well. What a response. Soldier finds one. Tries to pre-fire onto the next. But as Fishlight gets Misa, who also offered some support, I mean, great response from SCARZ to be like, let's not let them set up. Let's go, 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 Floodcom.
Yeah, that is the correct decision. Whenever you know that a team's going to be going for the fish take, what do you need before you go for that plant? You need garage control, so that's obviously where they're going to go next. And yeah, they just think, right, let's just go for it. Let's fully retake. We just bear down on that Blackbeard, take him out of the equation, and then we'll win the round. And that's pretty much what they've done. So yeah, a good clean up here from SCARZ. At least it gets them around back. It will be a 4-2 split. But still, PSG, I think, will be happy with the position that they're in. Just their top four maybe needs a little bit of work. That's the only place they've lost is just their top four attacks. But other than that, they've looked really good. So PSG, said, leading 4 rounds to 2. SCARZ, a lot of work to be done. Whatever you think about Labs, I would lean into the attacker side of nature of Labs. More than maybe defense. I just think a lot of the attacks are fairly simple. You know, like you've seen the storage, you've seen the basement work really well for PSG. That's what I'm talking about. The attacks play very similar to like just like a traditional game of Siege. You open up the walls, you do a bit of verts, and you plant. You know, simple as that.
4-2 with SCARZ having those sort of moments of confidence and building themselves in. I mean, it's kind of perfect to have a very aggressive end defense round there. It means that you sort of get control of the pace a bit early. You make PSG Talon feel a bit uncomfortable heading into the second half. You sure we're only really able to make it land on one site, but at the same sort of time, hey, you've made it land twice. You can piece things together from this. You can keep that sort of confidence rolling on. Otherwise, PSG Talon here, they're immediately back towards the site that they have just lost twice as their follow through. And with the bans, we talked about it. Hey, there's both hard breachers banned. There's only 2.
Yeah, again, it's something that you're probably a little bit more used to seeing, I think, on Labs compared to it was the Glazamonte ban, wasn't it? In the previous half. You know, yeah, hard breachers, obviously a massive thing. You know, kind of have to lean into either going for a Maverick, which is, again, pretty common on a map like Labs, is to see, you know, the Maverick come in, or you have to opt for the Habana trick. I think Pengu's co-streaming, so there will be judgment being placed on the Habanas if they don't do the Habana trick correctly.
Hey, Pengu, what do you think about Dez's tweet about Tachanka? Pengu, you should reach, and then retweet him and say Tachanka good, bozo, like I did. Thanks, Nick. If you agree, I don't know. Do you agree with Dez, Pengu? I'm talking as if he can respond in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
He will. Not that there's a delay. That's just how quick brains work. A break. On towards IT, and then some angles to force Yunsung's position a bit more awkward. They've got everything to try and stop swings. They're going to play themselves, obviously, with the Kibas, with the Fenrirs. They're hoping SCARZ go for that gun game, that sort of lean in and pop their head around a corner as they like to do, but it's a game that PSG Talon can play themselves back against. There's eyes on, again, these swing positions, these swing holds. And Ash is just going to remove those eyes.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff. Bringing in the Ash for the mirror windows. Kind of frequent occurrence whenever you think about this top floor is going to be the mirror windows. Typically used to defend garage and connector. And with that connector one gone, it just puts a little bit more pressure on that side of the map now. Like you mentioned, the vision is gone. Ryder, a precarious position, holding kind of the off angle on towards the E-box window. Will be beat out, but nobody really looking to follow up from it. C4 to actually cover his getaway. That's nice teamwork coming in from PSG. Another C4 will net the kill under with Shoy. Seen the cross from the Ash, and C4 able to nail that one.
Well, now with the cross either side on this angle, Fish-like drifts, they can just play themselves on contact as soon as somebody pops in. They should be able to net this and just keep themselves on that body balance ahead. But in a final minute and a single player holding this position, there needs to be pressure elsewhere. Uh-oh. There goes pressure elsewhere. Ryder gets Gator, gets rid of the Grim, and gets rid of some of that lead in. Wreck is the next to take a shoulder of damage, but as Choppy puts the pressure on, it's actually a really well-played push by Fish-like. One with a gun and one with a grenade. Suddenly levels us up with a 2 versus 2. 30 seconds. Eyes on towards the site, and the pressure's coming from behind them at this point. They've got themselves in at least some angles from the side of IT and forced immediately back on towards the breach. 20 seconds. And there's no time for them to rotate, and no time for them to try and get that kit as far as I can tell. So they've just got to send it and see if they can go for the fights themselves. The first is lost. But as Gotti ducks and tucks their way around, a genius rotate as they still have to get this plant secured. Wow. There's the drop on the plant player. They just have to hold on with the shotgun. Pop in the corner and pre-firing. Gotti! Got him!
Oh, what a fantastic rotation in through rafters. Gets himself into IT, which means he can stop them as they jump in through the connector breach. I mean, we will see it here in the highlights. I'll pinpoint exactly what he's done. Okay, it was a bit of a bloodbath, obviously, towards connector. But that play, see right here, the fact he's been able to rotate in towards rafters, you know, they smoked the head holes thinking he was in the other bomb site. And if those head holes are smoked off, you cannot get an angle onto the player jumping in through the connector breach. And that was the great thing. He made that rotation. He caught them by surprise. And then he just had to play time. Look, still could have lost that. Don't get me wrong. We've seen that 1v1. You know, the Twitch was right beside him, but the shotgun at close range always hits good. You know, always hits true. If you believe enough, it's like Peter Pan if you believe. But, you know, sometimes that shotgun, it's temperamental. Because I've seen before, some players just tank the shotgun to the face. You know, it's a tight one, but still, he's able to get it over the line.
If you don't believe in that shotgun, then they won't work.
Yeah.
You have... It's a faith-based weapon. It's... I mean, credit to SCARZ there for...
The George Michael version by any chance? Or?
Oh, yeah, of course. It's a credit to SCARZ there because they were obviously on the deficit. They lost that sort of first engagement. The C4s were played out. They were knocking on the door of the site, but they felt like they had a bit of a stall. And then to then go from that towards the strike on multiple different sides at the same time, netting the kills and netting the pressure onto PSG Talon, when you're in a man disadvantage, is very, very well put together. But clutches be clutching. Gotti is just having a hell of a game here. I said before, I think it was like 7-1 or something before, now it's 9-2.
Well, that's a big round for PSG. Just gets them off their feet, doesn't it, on the defense? Gets them cruising. SCARZ are going to have to play catch up once more, as they're now 3 rounds behind. I think you're being able to take pretty early control of this top floor. Still got 2 roamers he has to go up against. 1 player in either of the rooms. But I think that Ella is going to be the first one that they're going to be after. But Ella does have that hatch open, so Yunsan can drop down at any moment. And looks to be a barbed wire kill. Ryder being able to pick up with Shoy, and then also we see the Izami get a kill, and what on earth's happened to SCARZ? They're all dead.
I don't know. I think they went for a rush take attempt across the top and across the underneath. I don't think they really knew how much PSG Talon had as a sort of situational hold. They obviously didn't see the player that was holding on towards the top. They had the catch in the middle of the castle that crossed their way across. Fine, but it seems like they thought they had everything. Remember how we had PSG Talon do the opposite? Or do the same when they were in opposite halves. PSG Talon rushed in across the top, drove themselves in with a shield and picked up those couple of players. SCARZ tried the same thing, but missed 1 or 2 aspects of it that has left us here. Now they're going to try and at least get something put together. They've... Oh, beautiful prediction. On towards Gotti. Removes the star player from the board, but they're still in, obviously, the 3 versus 2, and they've still got to try and get themselves close together. Fishlike is the one with the kit as well. Doesn't really matter what Choppy does on the far side. They're droning some support. There's a swing to his left. I don't know if he's aware about, but they're surely aware about him. Pre-fires on towards it, pulls back. Yinsung is massively hurt. But if the next engagement in the next 20 seconds doesn't go their way, it's pretty much done. There it is. Okay, a 2 versus 2. Somehow, they've been able to make a little bit of the sunshine. Somehow survives drifting past the Azami and then loses the follow-through. There is one. There's the kit dropped again. Surely not. Not twice in a row. Not like this. Not like this.
Oh, dear. Not again. Just Yunsang, by the way. And what HP? Able to make that happen. I was worried that, you know, where's the kit? Is it not being planted? I mean, what a weird round. I mean, 4-2, you would expect that the round will be dead and buried, but in credit, though, the SCARZ, the fact that they even made it this close, but close doesn't win you the rounds. You just need to get them over the line, and they're not doing that. Again, being beaten just on the clock once more. PSG, just to elevate that lead once more. 6 rounds to 2, and I just don't see SCARZ getting out of this one. I just don't.
It's 2 rounds. 2 rounds in a row. In a 1 versus 2. They just happen to get the guy with the kit. And yeah, it's that sort of gifted positioning. Yeah, they're there because of some of the ground. I think that round was a 4 versus 2 for a long time. And I mean, it's rough. It's so rough. There's a pill for SCARZ to swallow there. But do I think SCARZ can win rounds? 100%. They should have already. Do I think PSG Talon can win 1 round over the next 4? Yes. And that's that sort of thing right now. They've, in a similar way to how that round played out, where they did so much work early on, even though it fell apart a little bit, they could still just push it over the edge. That's kind of where they're at right now, for my money. And it's got to be hard for SCARZ to suffer not 1 loss like that, but 2 in a row. Well, it's the Habana trick. Comes together. On towards the IT side. They just steal some of this control. They want that vertical presence. They want that lockdown. Pulse is just reading all this approach towards PSG Talon's defense.
1 minute gone. Nobody's died, which a little bit off-brand for how these attacks have went for SCARZ. But again, it's that panic Monty. Mention, remember, things aren't going well for teams. They will just kind of revert into like a tribal instinct of me, human drone, I pick shields. You know, that's what it's like. But again, it's not really found evidence. You've lost the glass and you've been able to get the trade. And actually 2 trades, though, and maybe a 3rd. Yes, somehow. Breck has slipped his way into 90. Able to take down Soldier, and now PSG are faced against a 2v4. One of that 4 being a Monty, of course. They don't really have any great ways of dealing with it, apart from just the 1 C4 that Jungstein has, but naturally he would want to keep that for the plant if he can. There's still so much time left for SCARZ. He can just move through, use that Monty as that drone, spot out where the remaining 2 players are, and either maybe try and challenge for the kills, or just try and force your way in for a plant if you can. But you can see that C4 that Jungsang has is now rotating downstairs. Maybe a pre-place. Yeah, it will be the pre-place. So that'll probably be used from information that his teammates who are dead will be sat on his Valkyrie cameras. But he can still play gun up and help his team. He doesn't have to just linger downstairs. He has that pre-place now.
Well, they have the awareness. Slow and steady, 30 seconds in the 4 versus 2. They should be able to lock this one down because they can just dedicate players to watch. Insung went for the fight. At this point, what other option does he have? They're sort of trying to say, look, go for the other site. I'm here on this one. Go for the other site. And they're not taking the bait. Fishlike's going for the plant. They're just going to try and push their way through. SCARZ, simple. Didn't overcomplicate at the end. Knew the risks and had so much time It is the tertiary site, fine, but it is a needed round for them as well. I think the fact they've just been able to get the control and not lose it more than anything. They get themselves their first attack, but now they get themselves going back to a site that they were very close to winning before, and they have to do it or the game is done.
Oh, well. I mean, kind of look at how that round started off. Losing that glass right from the get-go, but then they were able to stabilize. And they just slowed it down. I mean, that's unlike SCARZ. You know, they've actually taken their time. I think it's probably due to having that Monty, isn't it? It's you have that shield. You can just use that to cover the majority of the map. PSG have noticed that immediately. Monty's gone. Monty's off the board. SCARZ can no longer rely on that. If they want to bring a shield, they're going to have to go for a less safe shield. It looks as though that it's going to be the Blitz being stuck here by Fishlike. But like you mentioned, I mean, the tertiary bomb site, I think PSG are happy to let that go. They know they're going to have the top floor, they're going to have the basement where they've already won before. So I think they'll be saying, you know what, we're fine. We'll also remove the, you know, the crutch operator that was the only attack that they've won is because they have that shield. We'll take that off straight away and we'll go for it. So here we are, back in towards our top floor.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's as you sort of said, the Monty was the immediate removal. They're not going to mess around with that cave again. They were like, nope, didn't like that, didn't enjoy that, done. Because those first 2 rounds that they won, if you think about it, could have maybe been solved by a Monty of being able to just face check these locations. Think about the hidden little secret pockets they've played themselves in. Think about those approaches where SCARZ have, you know, struggled because they've just been turned the wrong way on an engagement, or they've just not expected a tiny player, or even just not had 10, 20 seconds. If a Monty could be the... I don't blame him, but it is funny that people do press the wrong button when they have their gadgets. It happens. They didn't need that grenade anyway.
Yeah. So he's made a bit of a fast here with a breach. Okay. Greatest, but hey, I guess you have an opening in the breach. Have an opening in the breach, but to worry for this clash that's on the board, you know, you're gonna have to use the capital bolts as your main way to get rid of it. So that shield, if it's set up correctly, how do you move it? We don't have any nades. I mean, see that the recruiters used all the nades.
Well, yeah.
I just don't feel confident with the lineup the SCARZ have.
I mean, this is the sort of thing, right? You're thinking about how this is going to solve the problems that are ahead of them. There's limitations. It's the same sort of stuff I said before, where, you know, you can try and play against these army barricades with the Flores. You can put the pressure on towards the Clash with the Capitao, and you can play into that. But the Clash isn't making their presence quiet. They're trying to be the front line. They're trying to buy out this utility from them, and as the B starts to come through, and the Capitao loudly opens the bottom of his stairs, kind of what they're leaning into, right? They're saying, look, I'm Clash, I'm over here, come get me. They've battled back with the smoke to mean that there's no immediate rush behind it, but again, more Bs to just be like, yeah, there's a Clash here. And another smoke canister to stop anything happening on the back of this, and there goes the Capitao. Now, Demo, what do they have?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. That Clash is going to be able to sit up the entire round, spot out the enemy, stun the Blitz more than anything. You know, Fishlike is going to have an absolute nightmare. He's got the diffuser. He has to try and plant. Looks as though they're going to try and EMP it, but, I mean, you can't get rid of the shield. The shield's still going to be there, and Fishlike's been able to get one, but like I said, it's this Clash, and anyone can help him? Oh, ring around the Clash shield. Is that how the nursery rhyme goes?
It's a different version to what I remember, but Mies is now kind of stuck here with Bushoy, but he has the kit. So they're just going to blind him and charge him, and he gets 2 more! Yeah. You said the Clash would be defining. It very much was, Demo.
An absolute mess of a fish attack. I mean, it's almost as though Clash was like, you know, oh, I'll let them in. You know, she kind of said, oh, in you go, guys. It's fine, I'll sit back here and just kill you all as you run in. Like, absolutely crazy. They just tried to, like, sidestep the Clash, which is insane.
Well, on that, with a couple of scrappy ends, we'll have one of our own. Break, let's throw it, go to the break.
Oh, too salty.
All right, so next wing, the one in the middle. This one is pineapple flavor. This one. You like pineapple?
I have allergy for pineapple, so I can't eat, I guess. I didn't know that.
It's gonna be very spicy then.
Oh shit. But I can try.
No. All right.
And then after that, oh fuck's sake.
All right. Mingo is allergic to pineapple, so he can't eat the second wing. So instead, I'm gonna give him my spicy wing and take his pineapple one. And now you're gonna eat both of the hottest wing. All right. You're Korean. This should be easy for you.
Yeah.
No,
for
don't.
sure.
Hey, not yet.
I just
You
want
haven't
to
even tried it yet.
clear my mouth.
It's time for wing number 2, which is actually wing number 3. You see, you get to choose which one you want. Which one's got less spicy stuff on it? Start with that one first. All right. Take a nice good bite. This one is proper spicy. So Mingo, Enterprise farmed all of OCE last stage. You destroyed everyone. You were undefeated. Why do you think that is?
Oh, too salty.
So it's not even the fact that it's spicy, it's the fact that it's salty?
It's salty. I don't know what's wrong with this sauce.
All right, can you see that there's a big blob? Can you pick it up for me? Can you eat that? Big blob.
This one?
Eat all that, yeah, thank you.
Oh, later. I don't want to eat now.
I think I'd rather you do it now.
Okay.
I got milk and ice cream here if you need, but I don't think we'll
That's
need
okay.
it. All right, go for it. Take a big bite. All right, so you guys farmed all of OCE, undefeated. Why was that?
Fish is all-time legend for this region. I think that's why for we smash it this stage, but everyone playing really hard, and then we just playing really humble, no ego, just. Oh fuck, it's a bit hard. Yeah.
Don't touch your eyes, bro. Please don't touch your eyes. So you were undefeated, but you think some of the host teams gave you guys a bit of a fight?
Yeah, I think next stage will be challenging as well, because Chiefs rebuild their roster. Maybe Ludovica keep that roster if they are not stupid. It will be hard, but we will be humble and then playing hard and then stay hard. So we will keep that champion spot again.
Into the level 1v1, the close out for the ball. Wing saves and
Well, from that quick ending to one where we're suddenly going to find ourselves brawling, but this time back at the top of the board. Demo, DPlus Kia versus CAG. Is this going to be one of those sort of all-the-way games, or do you think they might be a little bit extra today?
Oh, I think it could be a close one. I think both teams have certainly had their struggles. I mean, we're in a position in a league where everyone has lost a game. You know, it's not as though we're maybe some of the other Mickey Mouse regions like Brazil, for example, where you just have top teams, you know, contending. There's no fight there. It's always going to be FaZe and Furia, whereas here, you just don't know. And I think for CAG, you start off really, really strong. They did suffer a defeat and it's actually their first defeat in the last Playday against PSG Talon. And again, that's a really weird game. where it was a skyscraper that had 2-5-1 attacking halves, which just really doesn't happen, but KAG still losing it in the end. They probably deserved to lose. I mean, the way that they played wasn't too great. PSG looked much the better team. And then you're left with a team like DPlus, and obviously DPlus coming in as that import roster. And I think if you're coming in as an import roster, you're already going to have pressure on you right from the get-go. You're going to be questioned. You're going to be queried. You know, if you're dealing with Aussie casters, they're not going to say nice things about you, which we've seen before. Honestly, see, we were obviously casting with James on Saturday in this league, and I could just hear the intensity in his voice every time he mentioned DPlus, you know?
Yeah. He has thoughts. But talking of DPlus Kia, this is that import roster that is trying to import their way in towards the top spot and have, you know, a different ride and a route towards those international stages. But they are not having the same success that those other Brazilian import teams are having in other APAC regions itself. There is still, obviously, some sparks, some hope. Bullet is the 6th best rated player across the league itself, but without Mighty, without sort of Levi, they're struggling to get themselves sort of so consistently in. And as you said, you know, everybody has bled in this league so far. Everybody has suffered a loss or a moment, and they're currently sitting outside of the top 2, where both KAG and FEARX are. So this will be that big game for them to try and leapfrog their way in towards the top 2 and sort of assert themselves as another defining team.
Yeah, a really good opening for them to go first place. Well, until FEARX play, of course, and you know, FEARX, I would say have a bit of an easy game coming up later. Again, we'll touch on that. So you would expect FEARX will probably be at top, but I think at the moment for DPlus to get into that second position would be key for them, and that's exactly where they want to be. You know, leapfrogging KAG, and then if DPlus just keep playing their siege and just win the remaining games, then KAG can't catch them. So yeah, trying to get yourself in the top 2. Yes, it's difficult, but a good opportunity has been left open here for DPlus, and that's just because, like I mentioned, everyone's lost the game. You know, nobody has clean swept the league.
At this point, their opponents, obviously, very recently, after massive success, they sort of came into this stage hotter than they've ever been. They were obviously a finalist at Reload. They were doing sort of work and doing sort of work throughout this year itself. And here, with a slight roster change, they're doing their best to keep battling on. But Shuri, the current #1 rated player in the league, ahead of FEARX players, has just been phenomenal. You've had the rest of the roster showing up as well. DD stepping in the last minute to fill that 5th spot has been a bit of a slower thing, but it was the coach. It was somebody who knew the team, knew how they play, put them on the stroke roles, put them on the Dockery roles, the support roles, and they can still operate as the team, as should on paper. And here as well, again, as important as it would be for DPlus to want to try and win this and jump up, it's the same for Kagasaka. If they win this, then they probably guarantee themselves a sort of top 2 position and a sort of top 2 place here. And as we get the bands rolling on through, we are back to Border demo. We were there yesterday for a very exciting game, and it's been played once in this region so far. So how do we think this one's gonna come out?
Well, I mean, speaking on Border, we're also seen it 3 times in a row last night in EML, so it is certainly a popular map at the moment this week. Yeah, DPlus, they suffered a 7-2 defeat to Mirror Game, and of all teams, the team which currently sits bottom off the leaderboard. They lost in quite a fashion. You know, 7-2 is something that you have to take seriously. So DPlus going back here, you just hope that they've learned from their mistakes, because if they haven't, then you do question why they're going here.
Well, I guess these are the questions that they are the ones that need to answer. Obviously, there's a lot of aggression, there's a lot of fun that can be had on this map, and Kagasaka are famously a team that loves those 2 things. You've got a lot of pressure now on DPlus from the side of your guns. You have to make sure that all of them are sort of snappy, all of them are ready to be reactive towards what is ahead of them, and that entry statistic is going to become very, very defining for how these rounds like to play out. So can Kagasaka sort of get a hold of the madness and swing their way round? Monty immediately banned. Will it be Azami Castle? Will we have more of that comfort? Are we going back to just a brawl match here? Oh, it is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is seems to be a common trend, which really does worry me. Last night in EML, whenever we watched a lot of the border play, it was more what I was used to. What I seen in Asia, though, in the Weibo game, I just didn't like it. Didn't like it. Didn't like being there. No. Just APAC seems to play border a bit differently than kind of what I'm used to. That's the thing. That's the best way to put it.
I think there's obviously been developments, and they have history in Chaos. They have history in gun games, and it was always the quoted thing about APAC as a whole, even when you sort of had, the sort of Thai teams when they set kill records, and you had people, EML teams and EUL teams playing teams like CAG back in the day on Cafe, and then just like the gun game is the terrifying thing, because I'm pretty confident that they could outstrat APAC teams generically. But as soon as it comes to the gun game, it's like, who knows? Like, they're so good. And this is a map where so good guns get to be even better. So that's the sort of worry here for DPlus Kia, and that's the confidence that they're going to have to lead in. Talking of Shureep, as I said, he was sort of the man on top of the league right now, and he wants to waste no time screaming and careening his way in underneath via jail. They're just getting themselves a bit of a run through. It's to say, potentially apply the pressure towards those CC players underneath. The Buck could put some underneath, force them out, make them scared, force them to be a little bit uncomfortable. This is what these pings are giving. You can see the Buck is about to go fishing in a second, but they need somebody else to try and strike onto it. Anaton is ready to watch in case somebody swings around. They want to knock it. There's the coverage, there's the pressure, there's the swing, and there's a loss. They weren't quite able to get the read through. The Buck is still making holes and angles, but the first blow goes against them. Arcully is caught, and the Buck cannot still get Mighty. He's wasting time, wasting utility, and he'll probably die, but he might even get one more for his trouble here as he's found an island to stand on.
Feels though it's going to be a matter of time, isn't it, before he eventually does get picked off by this Buck. Constant information, constant yellow pings. Anyone going to take him out? Anyone? No? It's so messy. Finally, Gibisu is there to pick him off, but I mean, I will say though, credit to the Wamai. Wasted a lot of time, plenty of util there, obviously got the kill. So not a bad start here for DPlus, but it starts to seem whenever things start to get opened up, mirror windows and different positions have been cleared and taken by players of CAG, then this map does become just a little bit more smaller. And Gibisu will find another one, good for 2. Now a 3v4 that DPlus have to try and battle back from. But hey, they still have like semi-decent control of CC here, but kind of just feels though it's only a matter of time before he gets pressured.
I was going to say, Near's sort of rotating their way in and getting themselves a bit more of the control. They sort of thought they had control of the area, right? And they moved away from CC. So it's a clever rotate there from Nears to go from Armory across the door and just cover the divide. Because now all of that work that took them a minute and a half, they still have to kind of redo and reconfirm. Bullet gets one more. DD does get Bullet back in, but it's a fight and more trades either side. It's now a 2 versus 1 with Falls alone. 30 seconds, CAG. They just have to opt for these fights at the right time. They're pinged out continually. There's something that's revealing it. As the bees come out, they're going to move their way around and watch from the other side. Surely they're expecting it. The spray is either. It's 10 seconds. They have to push together. They've recollected the kit. Anaton is actually going to go plant. Anaton is making his way towards inside the site, but they missed the catch. So now he's covered behind the sense wall, firing through either side. Anaton! Fell through the light.
I do think the trade though would have been, you see that the Grim is right behind him as the kill came in, so still think it was fine. Not a lot really he could have done in that scenario. Was that he just went back and forth. I mean, he did very well to rotate with the attackers, but just could not do enough. That sense wall comes in, blocks the line of sight, has to get you closer, just makes so much noise. But you can see that DPlus, without an operator like the Azami holding into CC, so tough. That's where the bans really do come in favor for the attackers. A good start for CAG. I expect to see this being attacker-sided, 4-2 half. typically is what we're after here. And Kag able to make good for at least one of them rounds anyway.
I think it was decent as well, you know, at the end of the round when it was the 2 versus 1, 30 seconds. Instead of opting for the kill, they set themselves up with a second win con. They went, no, let's recollect the kit. Let's get ourselves around into this position. You can just watch for this. Don't give them the full engagement, but be ready for it. Sort of set up. And I like that they forced almost the hand of Nears to play into it. Nears was looking for an engagement. He wanted to try and get a 1 versus 1 and then would probably run away. But there, the fact that they said, no, you have to go to where we want you to do in a short space of time is almost some of that which we've been missing from a couple of other teams' attacks today of we don't have a lot left to work with. Okay, let's still make it work. Once again, we're back to Mighty. Holding on, running about and seeing if he can survive in CC. He has more of a chance here if he can try and sprint across the Great Divide, but you get the reveal on the sort of positions of the mirror window. It's an awkward one to make your approach on. They've got a pretty wide hold here, but it is border. So you have to have one because otherwise the space gets very claustrophobic very, very quickly. All the stretch of the mirror, looking out across Armory, they're trying to find their first route through, and whether it's a buck once again, forcing some pressure or not, they're still worried about having somebody swing out and put the pressure on. The Blackbeard cannot hop this fight alone. The grenades in the catch and the rotate either side. They're playing this corner position. The Buck's trying to put the pressure underneath. Anaton suffers a lot of damage from a C4 out from the mirror, but it's DD that actually gets the first here. Kaid gone on the back line. And as Mighty then goes down next, it's this game that we talked about, Demo. This is the important part of a map like this, is firefights can start and will start everywhere. Yeah. That is something Kag love.
And if you can't put out the fire, you can't do anything. Border is a map where if you lose one piece of the puzzle, the whole puzzle just doesn't make any sense. And now they have to play back from a 3v5. They don't really have the greatest of map control. You look how separated the players are currently as well. You know, they need to try and double up here. You've got one guy's inside of Tellers who is attempting to hold down the site, and the other two players are upstairs, but they're currently separated by a player on that archives window, splitting them in two, so they can't double up and try and assist one another. Goes Levy. So that Bullet is still upstairs, but look how far away he is from Nears. They need to try and work together in this, but they just can't. There's too many angles being held, and there you go. The attackers can just play from outside, hold the crosses, and now Nears in an impossible 1v5 that he has to try and clutch up, but just it's never going to happen. He can maybe get a couple of exits, but he should always be traded off. And oh, hang on a minute, but yeah, there's another guy behind him. Don't worry.
Surely not.
Yeah, fine. He didn't expect the third guy in waiting. Sorry, he didn't expect that one. Yeah, and Kaig understanding the map very, very well. You get those first opening picks, and you almost just suffocate the opposing side, don't you? You just slow it down. You give them nothing. You give them no picks at all. Don't give them that opportunity to get back into a map like Border. Once you have that lead, you have to maintain it.
It was very much, yeah. It was that moment at the end. They're like, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Just entirely surrounded. But, Gag, 2 rounds. I don't think it's unexpected to get the sort of lead in on your attack here. And it's not that there hasn't been a little bit of fight. The first round was obviously the most back and forth. But as I said, DD was the one that sort of stepped in and started operating with the Kag roster. And they know the sort of strats, they know the holds, they know how the team likes to play. But it also shows that they are very much of that Kag ethos. They're happy to take fights when they need to. They're not... It's not always been the most traditional role for coaches to have to step into last minute, and sometimes they've had success, but sometimes you're like, that's why they're a coach. You don't always get that from every single read-in, but now, at this point, the thing's starting to fall away here from DPlus Kia. They go their way back towards Armory, reset, restart. Mighty holding on towards CC once again. I'm wondering if they're going to even try and bother with the direct pressure. They have the mirror to go against it. And they have themselves the sort of pre-awareness of this position. There was a lot that was thrown at it before, and the air jabs will just stop the immediate jump out that they could try and impact their way through if they wanted. Otherwise, it seems like Kag very good at doing this early body work, just getting the route, opening themselves the options. They're covering everything they want, but it's a bit of a risk there. The ace got caught out, upside down repelling, trying to get themselves the breach on the wall, but Falls was so ready for it. Anderson,
what are you doing?
Just free. They did get the down onto Mighty, but Bullet's not a million miles away. They're not going to go for the pickup because it's a bit too dangerous.
Yeah, they can't get him. Yeah. Obviously, and look at this setup from DPlus. It's all about trying to hold over, areas of the map in towards CC if you can, in towards Fountain, in towards Office. But somehow, been able to get across. I'm really shocked that Kag have actually kind of dropped that kill almost. A questionable death from Annington more than anything. It's a blatant mirror window looking at you. Levy, was that a jump out, or was it just from the window? I think it was just from the window he's able to get the kill, and now there's a bit of life for DPlus. They're actually taking the fight to Kag, and honestly, I just think it's the important thing to note about that opening kill stat. I think this could be a game decided on who was better in the entry department.
Yeah, I think it's sort of it, right? As I said, that first number, that first sort of tick in your box on a map where everything comes down to like those sort of individual trades, when you're looking at the man advantage being so important, is evidently so important. Maybe they didn't know they got the down on Mighty. Obviously, I'm assuming it was the upside down repeller of Annington. Otherwise, why are you there? And he could have been caught out before he realized what he had done, or he was cementing the kill. Either way, the fact that there wasn't anybody else there to either reapply pressure on towards who got him, especially when it wasn't the first time somebody had been shot from that angle, or the other way around. It just felt like it wasn't the adaptation that Agasaka needed to or should have done. But still a site that they've lost before and won before, so now we'll see if that repetition continues as we spiral back towards the bathroom side. And this one was a bit more one-handed, I think, towards Kag, rather than the other time that we were on Armory.
Well, that is probably the preferred bomb site. Locked out now for DPlus for the next few rounds. We get to go back here until round number 6 now. So they really have to try and win on these other bomb sites, which weren't successful on their bathroom and Elders the last time they were here. Maybe they're going to adapt and change something. I mean, you look at the Kag lineup, we actually see that the Glass come into play. I wonder what they've got in store. They've got plenty of util dump. I mean, you've got 4 smokes, 4 flashbangs. They could just go for, like, the classic window jump in if they wanted to, but I don't think Kag are going to be that reckless. I think they will still try and challenge on to these defenders, because one thing about DPlus, they're not afraid to stretch their legs. Like, they really try and cover as much ground as they can in the map. You look at who's actually in the bomb site. You got one guy, and that is it.
Almost hoping. Gifted a bit of a firefight early on. They're leaning in the pressure, but DPlus aren't just giving them these early engagements. I say, as Bullet hopped up on gets one. It sort of gets the freebie of the walk in. Annington somehow gets the quick snap there onto Levi. There's another fight that's about to sort of slip its way across. Bullet massively hurt, and Shurip's not going to sit around, but it's actually Chibisu that gets caught by the rotate, and there's the trade out. This is the coverage that we sort of said we were missing a little bit on the death before. Kag. Nah. Not really better or worse for wear there. There's 2 deaths either side, but if you're thinking about what you'd rather take out, probably the Dockerby and the Brava at this point. Again, DPlus, they're not entirely handing over territory. They stayed a little bit longer in Armory, stayed a little bit longer in Archives, just to make them have to work here again.
I would counter-argument, though, with you, Amy, and say that I actually think the most important operator that they maybe could have taken out was maybe the Nomad, because that is the only counter that they have to the Clash, and the fact that Shurip is still alive with 2 air jabs, probably make that 1 air jab, make things difficult for Niers. So if you were able to take out that operator, then yeah, the Clash would have been untouchable, similar to what we've seen in our last game here on Labs between obviously PSG. They exposed the power of of the clash if you don't have a good way of dealing with it. And
well, that's a way.
There's Shurip takes down the clash and didn't even need the air jab. She just kills the clash straight up. Off she goes. And now it's a 2v3. And once again, if you look at the positionings here for DPlus, they're not in the bomb site. You know, they play it so loose, so they have to try and play a retake. The only benefit is they're right beside each other, but again, how do they stop this plant? They don't. They can't do it.
They can't. They're having to just rotate their way back around from the side of Workshop. They're going to throw the C4, but it's a second too late. Doesn't even net the kill as well. Not sure what it caught on, but it wasn't the player. They hear an air jab go off, so they know a rotate's coming from one side. Oh, they were on the other side of the hard wall. That's what saved their life. 30 seconds. You have to cross a vertical divide. You have to cross a flat divide. There goes DD. Took a risk, but there goes Bullet. So now it just falls on the kit itself. Surely this is an easy pickup from the verticality. Or they just shoot through it laterally.
Yep. Just stuck it. They thought, you know what, they might mess up, but nope. KAG have that locked and loaded. And for KAG, the main thing that they done really well, Emmy, was get the kills back whenever they lost them. You know, trade game was on point. They did not allow DPlus to have that advantage going into the kind of second half of that round. So they did try. Hamilton did really well to get those 2 trade kills, and then, yeah, I think you lose that clash, you lose the player in the bomb site. And we've seen the positioning of the remaining 2. They couldn't stop the hatch drop coming in. The positioning for DPlus gonna let them down. But we know that DPlus, they just want to extend, take as much ground as they can. But at the same time, KAG are reading into that very, very well.
Yeah, I think that's it, right? This is KAG that have a decent control of this map. They have a decent control of the understanding of this map as well. And because there isn't a huge amount of space compared to other maps, there's not a lot of that work you have to do comparatively. Yeah, they're doing this sort of hands-off hold, but it becomes very quick to sort of work out, okay, well, they're probably here and here and here, right? They're, you know, there's only about, what, 8 rooms, 10 rooms across this in its sort of grandest sense. And at the other sort of side of this, yeah, they're going for it. They're trying to pull themselves back in, but with the Nomad, with how continually effective it's been, with how they can sort of control the space, and with how they're happy to lean in, get a couple of kills and peel back, that's that difference maker. We said the entry statistic is a big definer, but that KAG can utilize it, pull back, and then, with what they've removed, set up their control. So there's a lot about how confident they are with their approaches, whether they're partial or full on this map. Here, on towards the Vent and Workshop site. Rather than trying Bathroom Tellers again, they're just going to keep themselves rotating, see if they can try and make it stick somewhere else. And as Levi's a little bit off towards the sort of detention storage side, you're going to see if they can get a catch. Mighty has started every single round in this position. Hasn't ended every round in this position, but most of them. Had a lot of blood spilled, unfortunately. In CC, this time it'll be Shibisu, the Dokkaebi, once again. One of the first removals here from the side of KAG. Nears holding on towards the eastern stairs, throws an early smoke canister, but they've already peeled back. They've realized it's a false dedication, and they're not going to opt for more suffering.
At 4v5, opening pick, however, has been answered, but also it's been doubly answered. Levy will still maintain that kill advantage for its team, and that's a 3v4, and KAG don't think they have the mustard to pull this off. They're going to have to pick up quite a few kills, but as long as DPlus can just keep that trade game active. Hello? How is that being allowed to happen? Somebody just walking up to the main breach on Armory, picking off the guy inside of Brazil, and well, DPlus have let that man advantage slip now, and even more so, Shurip able to kill the only person, I believe, inside the bomb site. The remaining 2 right there. Oh, the reverse vertical kill. Able to take out the player in half full, and Near's all by himself. He will expose himself now. They know where he is. He's upstairs, but can they work a plan?
Oh, they have the cover. They have the... Oh, they don't have it. They do get the down on DD Man, though. There's the confirm Nears. Now they're going to plant elsewhere. They're trying to fish for it. Shurip pulls off.
Didn't need to pull off.
No, he didn't, but you understand why he did. ducked, holding on. He's right.
Yeah, woo!
Oops.
Yeah, not
I'm
great from
assuming.
Kag.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm assuming he planted that because he wanted to bait the fight and swing up, but it's not easy.
Definitely could have planted, by the way. There's definitely a moment, I think, whenever he started making a shotgun hole in the area that he wasn't planting. I think he'd about, like, 3 or 2 seconds left. Could have easily have stuck that, but no, just lost his cool. Thought he was getting shotgun, but the case. So Kag have tossed away around. Nears will clutch up for his team, make that a 1v3. Round that Kag should have had in the bag. So, Kag, their final attack, have to go to this top floor. Now, this was a successful round win. The last time that DPlus were here. Like I said, on a map like Border, especially with these bans being Azami, Castle, and Mira, every fortification operator off the board,
5 seconds remaining.
you have to try and get those 4 attacks. Kag have to make it happen here and now, or else DPlus will walk away with an even split in their defense, and they'll be chuffed with that, knowing that they have the attacks to come.
At this point as well, yeah, I think that's sort of the run-through on it. Kag, they could have been able to get themselves that sort of 4 guaranteed round here. Instead, they have to play back in towards the site. It's been a bit win and lose. I'm wondering if their approach might vary. The Deimos, adaptation for how dedicated they've been to holding on towards CC. You look at all that soft underneath. You think about the times they've tried to hunt it with a buck or hunt it with these cross angles and sort of reveal themselves this way. Yes, DPlus have somehow, or not somehow, sometimes driven themselves back in, but as they bounce some pressure around, it feels like and seems like CC isn't that dedication. Instead, what was an early smoke canister popped outside of the eastern stairs without anyone really putting any immediate pressure on towards it. Kag just poking, probing, prodding, trying to find a route in. The second smoke canister's gone as the bees come out, making sure that nobody can swing on the back of it, but there is a Deimos coming in from underneath it. Shoe Reap trying to find the fight and finds it quite easily, but there's another trade out because, said DPlus, they often circle themselves at background and offer a bit more support. It's the trade out of the smoke for the Deimos there, but also the 2 top players from either team gone.
It's a fair trade as well based on the operators. You've lost the smoke and you've lost the Deimos. So 2 pretty strong operators we know on both attack and defense. Also gives them a potential hack here on the phone, but Kibisu not opting for it. Be worried that if he goes for the hack, maybe get swung. But he is safe. We know he's safe. Be good to get into that BP that Bullet has placed down. Assuming that would be over towards Archive side. Anything on the... I don't want to say a backstab, but just kind of by himself on the other side of the map compared to his teammates, looking to see if he can find a pick in towards Brazil. Oh, a quick snapshot. Able to take out fouls over towards the main breach, and Kag have exploded now into CC. They've taken that map control, and now it leaves Levy in the 1v3, and he's inside of Archives. Do they know he's there? That's the question. The only thing that could be on his side here, Emmy, is just maybe lack of info here from Kag.
Well, they've been very good sometimes at just opting and finding for these rotates. Anaton's going for the plant. There's a great catch onto one. Anaton stopped planting. Now they're doing it once again, holding on. Let him swing in, get it confirmed. Nope. Kag like to step in for the fights. 2 versus 1 post-plant, 1 versus 1 post-plant, but... Oh, that was a second. That was almost a massive, massive clutch. But Kag, they get themselves the 4-2. It's just a brawl. These mid-rounds, late rounds.
It just feels as though if Kag find like a big pick, they all just go for it, don't they? And they just trade bodies back and forth. They're very patient in terms of how they're playing these attacks. You know, they're waiting to see if maybe they're speaking to say, give me 15 seconds, I can probably kill this guy. And then they wait, they hold their time. As soon as the guy who they're targeting is dead, it opens up their ground and they go, 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 go. So I think they're pacing it really, really well, being able to have that mix of slow down, wait for it, and then you hit the ignition, isn't it? You hit the NOS, and then you're in. So I love the way that KAG are currently playing this border. It's very off the cuff kind of siege. They're just looking for their openings where they can. DPlus, I don't know, is it the lack of having, no Azami, no Castle to give you those fortifications? Is that what's dampening them? Because again, those operators are so strong. Whenever you think about holding in towards CC, we'll probably be able to see a good example of that, Emmy, because Azami has made it through the banning phase. It's Mira who has been banned in favor of the Azami. KAG and their bans, they've went for a Blitz and a Deimos. Yeah, I mean, again, just these are great operators for a map like Border, so it's no surprise to see a lot of them being taken off the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good, so fun, so quick, so much soft. It's only 2 stories. It's something where, if you're thinking of CC, if you're thinking of open, if you're thinking of break, there's a lot of ways to put bullets into these positions as well. Flat, from outside, from long range, from these angles. Deimos just breathes Border. And you've got to be confident to use it because all those benefits also work for the defenders. You've got to be ready for somebody to try and flank up underneath to get you, or as we've seen, you've got to be ready for all this sort of drone pressure. The position here in the extension onto CC, ready and preparing themselves for the chance of swinging their way out. Just balls with the long range. Waiting to see if this Kiba can try and slow down. Oh, come on, Arkali. It wants to take a risk, but I wouldn't say it's the best risk to take immediately.
No, definitely not. Not that distance as well with one of the holographic swinging onto somebody in the tower, but somebody's there now. Again, you just see the Azami have so much presence and Shuri able to take down the ace of all operators from downstairs. What was Mighty up to going down here? Like, what was he thinking he was going to do?
Checking the passport.
Oh dear.
I mean, Shuri's been on just another level for their performance over the past.
He's top player at this stage, isn't he? So yeah.
There's another trade out. Near's got DD, but then Anaton immediately swinging in and wants to swing in again. Falls takes a little bit of damage on the CC fight as well, but Levy actually gets Super with a jump out. Okay, well, it happens from time to time. A bit of a blow there. They tried to obviously get the back of something going on, but all it's done is level the playing field here.
Chill out. You don't need to do anything, guys. I mean, you've got the man advantage, but if slowly now toss that away, it is going to be an even 3-on-3. But map control isn't really there for DPlus at this time. All they've been able to take is East Stairs. You can see that CC still in control of that Azami, and it's going to be difficult to remove this operator. You can see the Kiba barrier blocks that door into break room. Another one being replaced as one does get destroyed. And maybe our colleagues think about retreating back into site, and he will do so. He will be detected, so now they know that he's went for that play. So it does give up CC, but I think they're more than happy to pull back. I think whenever you look at KAG in their lineup, they've got 2 C4s. So if DPlus want to go traditional and try and take in towards Armory, Emmy, they can then play with the C4s to stop the plant going down.
Yeah. Arkali does get one more back into their favor. And now at this point, it's just falls and bullets with a little bit of utility either side. There is a watch at the bottom of the stairs, though. As soon as they try and enter, there's probably going to be a good bit of pressure that comes towards them. And unfortunately, now they're working without the dart, so it's just going to be a smoke and a blind cover. There's a swing and a fight on towards Fountain, but they slip their way around. They're prepared for the player underneath the stairs, but the C4 doesn't actually get the catch. The shotgun somehow does. Anaton drifted the corner, and Arkali felled falls for their 5th round.
Oh, it's pretty good. Pretty good from KAG. Good game plan. You can see the Azami obviously just having so much fun. Can't really be touched. Just building a fortress in that room. Good rotate to go back to site, realizing what your rincon is. You play with the denial. You've got C4 operators, rotate downstairs. DPlus just it always felt as though DPlus was one step behind that entire round. They could not get their attack really going at any point.
Yeah.
Start off with a great shot there, didn't it? You know, Kag was mighty, and again, like I said, the win con. It was there in abundance for Kag. I think Kag have played this border like really smart. You know, they understand the way that they want to play Siege. Obviously, their attacks were great, where they just looked for the opportunity spotting. As soon as one part of the map, as soon as they found a kill, they then just flooded in like a horde. And then on the defense, again, understanding what they have at their disposal. They're seeing that DPlus are just taking too long to really establish map control. I mean, it took them, what, 2 minutes to really get into the building?
New camera feed up and running.
I think there's these elements, right, that Kag loves. It's the sort of thing that I talked about a long time ago at the start of this game, where that was what they did against other teams. That was what they made uncomfortable on any map. They made you cautious to enter the building because they made all the building feel dangerous. They made all the entrances feel like they were sort of spiked and prodded, and they kind of proved that. Who enters Passport? I don't know. Who gets shot there from the waiting angle from CC? Whilst there should be pressure from the balcony, there should be pressure from break. Apparently they do. And it's just that sort of element here of... They always seem to be leaning in on the pressure. So what do you do when you try and apply yourself on towards a team like this? You can sort of do two methods. One's a bit slower and steadier, procedural over the top, and the other one is maybe just try and punch a hole and get awake. ED-Man takes a lot of damage from that engagement. The smoke gonna have to peel themselves away. They all sense some sort of danger on towards that side of the eastern stairs, but with a smoke canister, all three smoke canisters used even, they're gone and knocked out, but not dead. Does give DPlus Kia some control. They're inside the building now. It's a shield moving steadily with the kit, and well, this is a bit of a direct route through onto the site.
Yeah.
They're confident.
It is a risky one, because really for this to work, we need to have somewhat decent control of customs, for example. You see the lineup there with the C4, so Anderson is ready for it. If DPlus are going to attempt just walking in through the single wall towards east and into sight. I mean, have they even got the wall open? That's what I want to know. I mean, Nears looks as though they have, and Nears was attempting to plant the flight. Not going to be successful, actually. Looks as though that our Cully was able to get one. Or being traded out, and here comes the plant. Any C4s? No. No C4s at all. No denial.
Levy gets a double. It's now just the two players. Oh, getting themselves in the 2 versus 2, but toe-to-toe with a Monty, trying to find either side of it. Okay, what do you want to do here? Because you cannot just fully focus on this Monty. You're on the stairs trying to force the fight, and you've actually given them a little bit of an uncomfortable situation there, but as they're forced further and further away, the other player outside the window, it's not impossible to get this locked in, but, well, Mighty just does that, and then it makes it impossible. DMRs and doing stuff like that demo, name a more current story.
Yeah, at DMR, I mean, Mighty was obviously separated from that Monty, and I did get worried, but thankfully, because Mighty was on that window, it stopped the other defender crossing over to assist Shureep in being able to kill the Monty, so that was pretty fortunate for them. Yes, they were separated. It was... The Monty and the Twitch were separated, but at the same time, they were still complementing each other. It was very, very strange to see. And yeah, just takes the opportunity, jumps in. Like, the denial just wasn't there. Just very simple for DPlus, just to walk in, go for the plant, good cover. Almost the retake, but yeah, just didn't look as though DPlus were ever going to be in doubt to not win that round. So they had it in the bag. Get some on the board on their attacks. Still, long way to go yet before they hit at least 7 rounds. They have to go 4 more attacks. But Kag only need the 2 more defenses, so still pressure on DPlus.
5-3 though. And I do like the sort of response there. As we said, they had a habit of making the whole map feel dangerous, right? They have a habit of making things seem insurmountable. So DPlus Kia minimized what they were doing. Got control of East Stairs, got control of the sort of rafters and break temporarily so they could just sort of get the Monty in. And yeah, they didn't plant immediately, and there was still a chance at a sort of flank up. But because they got that pressure, it forced Kagasaka to have to move into their hold, and that allowed them to sort of lay down the law. That allowed them to go, yep, nope, this is our territory, this is our turf, we can get the kills, we can get that first step, that first entry, that first statistic, and we can get the rest of the round itself. They've obviously gone back to the Monty. I feel like that'll be the ban. when we get through on towards the next round, regardless of how this round goes. But can they get somewhere stuck inside Vent Workshop? There's this sort of growing pressure. Again, you look at how close they are towards the site. As I said, they're trying to minimize what they're doing. The Echo Drone is making its way closer. That's always a nice counter towards a Monty, and just a single held player here. Waiting. He's the chunk of the Monty. Watching for the drone as well. Runs past with the C4 out the window. But a little bit premature as more drones start to roll in. That's an easy pickup. Them being able to escape there is pretty big for Shuriep on the position that they are in, Demo.
Yeah, it's just awkward, isn't it, for DPlus to deal with? And looks as though they're going to try and full send the plant with that Monty. DPlus able to pick up 2 kills. The Echo will stall it, but no, the Echo Cam gets shot, and don't think they can stop that plant. Never mind! Death from above. The C4 drops and nails that Monty. Still a potential here for KAG to upset this. They know where the diffuser, of course, going to be dropped. The DD Man finds another at 2v2 now. Oh dear, what has happened? Diffuser cold. KAG knows exactly where it is. The 2 remaining attackers are so far away from one another. Looks as though they're going to try and double up and come in from above to try and eliminate DD Man and Anaton, but they have since then fell away from upstairs, and they're both in the bomb site.
That's it right now, right? That's the fact. They're trying to drone out these players on the verticality, trying to force them, but they've left. They did the smart thing, and they're waiting for the fight. The all narrow margins. It's a risk, but it adds 5 seconds, adds 10 seconds to the count, the timer. Both KAG players are hurt, and both of them are aware that their opponents need to plant, so they're peeling themselves back. 20 seconds, and they want to try and get themselves a 2 versus 1 situation. DD Man refused to move for the longest time as the rotate comes around. Now it's eyes on towards the kit. Everybody knows where this kit is. Everybody is paying attention. Steps away at one moment, but there's Niz on a dime. Gets the double. Oh. Talking about knowing things.
Yeah, he heard him prone. That was the thing.
Yep.
The way that the sound works in CJX, anyone who prones their crowd, you can hear it so much clearer now. You make so much noise whenever you prone. Same with dropping hatches. That's why I'm sure a lot of people at home, you would see a lot of pro players, if they're proning or dropping a hatch, they would also shoot their gun while they do so in attempt to mask the noise of either dropping the hatch or going prone, and he just didn't do it. And you could just hear it from a mile off. So yeah, Nears just had that awareness of where he was. An almost calamity for DPlus, let's be honest. I mean, it was that C4 that was dropped in from above, able to kill the Monty, but I mean, credit to those 2 players. They were able to stabilize. They didn't lose their heads. They looked at the timer. They seen how long they had to figure out what they wanted to do. And credit to them. They were able to make it work. Nears picking up that 2-piece. DPlus, fight back. Good for another round.
5-4, and as I predicted, the Monty's gone. The smoke is a fair removal as well, just sorts of limits the approach, but I am more worried about that Monty. It has been the driving push of the last 2 rounds. It was, I'm not going to say the reason for success, but it was definitely the reason for control and confidence, right? They built entirely behind it. They sort of stepped behind it from when we said they were a bit lost on how to find a route into the map where they could then begin the rest of the play. That was their route, and now they've got to try and go back to building in what is a flat sort of firefight gun game here, and they've not been a million miles away from it. It's just that trade step for step has been something KAG have been in control of a bit better throughout this showdown. Now, back on towards Armory, back on towards this approach. They've got a pretty standard sort of lineup, the same as they had before, minus the Flores swapped out for the Grim. They want to try and be a little bit more aggressive on the lead and on those firefights, and fair enough. Because KAG aren't just going to sit and let you slowly try and build control. They're going to force you to have to take it.
Deploying a drone.
The bans, certainly for KAG, was going to be expected. You know, Monty, reason why they're able to get rounds on the board. Find other options. They cannot rely on that Monty, as many Brazilian teams in the past, even before, have done so with a panic Monty. Oh dear. From work not being done correctly. Shareep, probably the easiest kill of the game so far. Nears is off the table. Looks to be a crash and burn round here for DPlus. 2 players gone, and typically on this bomb set, if you lose the first 2 gunfights, you typically don't really get yourself back into this round. So, yeah, KAG, honestly, I think they've done enough. Either they can just pull back the site if they want to, or just remain where they are. Because DPlus just don't know what to do here, Emmy. There's no map control, no pressure, another jump in. Yet, like, come on. Can't be dying to that.
I think the thing you sort of said there as well, it was easy. And everything else in this game has been fought for. Every single round, every single engagement has felt that it's a confrontation. This hasn't. And now, as they have 2 players to try and crack through the final 4, they've got a little bit of utility, but it's keep being activated and reactivated as well. The gates going up again. A bit of fight for break, and they still don't really have it now. Obviously, they've finally pulled back, but 40 seconds, full control of the site itself, just having to send it and hope they can get an engagement. The ponytail reveals at least the position of DD-Man, but DD doesn't have to entirely be the immediate lead on. Just, again, this feeling KAG leaving you of every single time you want to do something, I'm going to shoot you. Took a bit of damage from a spray through the soft first, and then at least 1 back their way, but 10 seconds, 2 players more to find. One's going to swing around from the top of the stairs in a second as soon as contact is made. Well, contact won't be made. It's a C4.
Easy as that for KAG. Probably the easiest round, I think, in the map so far. It's nothing really got going for DPlus. So those first 3 opening picks, really easy kills for KAG. And now they go match point, so they secure themselves at least the 1 point. 2 rounds. DPlus need to battle back with 2 rounds. I mean, it's doable. Of course it is. But I just worry now for that bathroom tellers, without that Monty, how do they break through it? Because obviously that Monty was a great pickup for them. Got them into the building, which has been something that they struggled with consistently, just getting in the map. So what's your option going to be now that you cannot just resort to playing with that shield? What is the approach going to be? Looking at their lineup, I mean, again, they'd be expecting the bathroom tellers here. It looks like just a standard lineup. You know, you've got the Flores for busting down the util, mostly the Izami barriers. You've got a bit of hard breach in there. You've got the flank protection with the Nomad. IQ looks like for the Echo cams, potentially.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Actually, the Fuse instead of the Flores, so might see a little bit of vertical action, but I wouldn't say it'll be a massive amount. They also, keep in mind, Emmy, they also, if they want to get the hatch open, if it is reinforced, which I believe KAG typically do reinforce their office hatch on this hold, they have to use 2 Selma charges on it, because they have no other form of hard breach.
Let's see where they try and make their route in. I mean, it feels like a keen focus on towards office, on towards the vertical side here, obviously, with the Fuse getting it, but they'll sort of take it step by step, give themselves a back to work with, get in on towards break where it's a bit more comfortable, and you know there's not gonna, well, there might be less immediate pressure. Pressure's coming from the swing of 90, and Shareep isn't gonna sit around and see what's next. Here though, Fuse shield and more Keybers to have to try and make their way through. This is the bit of the shield, and Nears does take a bit of damage. He's not in. Well, and then he instantly gets DD-Man on the swing round, just swap to the pistol, finish doing his job, and goes back to smashing things. Levi gets Shareep as well. 2 quick kills in 2 shaky engagements that KAG opted to take, and that's really opened the door here for this round for DPlus.
Yeah, same way I said that the last round, get those first 2 picks, pretty much round's done, and honestly, I think we might see something similar, of course. Now KAG just need to try and battle back with kills, but I mean, DPlus are just waiting until they can get players in the correct position. Maybe takes a bit of damage there, but still, that's not going to stop him. Second kill of the round for him, a 5v2 now, and there's just no way that KAG can fight back from this. They have the flank protection. Looks good right now. Anaton goes for a quick peek, just catches Levy as he tries to rotate to the other side of that opening, but now they should know that the bomb site's going to be clear, and the echo cams are in no position at all to stop this plant. He's going to need to try and rush to get that camera in position, but no, he's just going to miss out on it. Diffuser gets planted, and yeah, this is going to be quite a rough one here for Anaton to clutch up against. I mean, got a player, he's down, but now he's gone. The pickup as well comes in, so 1v3. All of them low HP, but yeah, you have the fuse. That's you dead and dead and buried. DPlus. Well, somehow they just find 2 opening picks and they just steamroll it off the back of it.
Yeah, obviously we didn't see the Shoe Reap one. We saw the Azami trying to put pressure on towards the fuse, losing out to another shield. If shields are how DPlus Kia wants to take this, that's the meta, that's the game, that's the operators that are on the board for them at this point, and you've banned 2 in the Deimos. What else can you really do at this point? They're going to keep the rotate. They're going to go to Vent Workshop again. And remember how close this one has been as a sort of map before. It's come down to 2 versus 2s that could have sort of flown either way. Could have been Kag already with the map win, could have been DPlus Kia on the 6-5 split as well. So at this point, it's a fair enough place to sort of throw it all up. They don't have the Montage to try and go in the door, so they're going to have to be a bit more vertical, going to have to be a bit more structured, and not going to be able to just send themselves in. So where are they going to opt for this first route through, and how will Kag try and battle back against it? The Malusi is going to be their only really early warning sign that people are coming in. I'm assuming with the Bandit, they're just going to try and cement, Office, get that locked in, force them to have to spend a longer route round and keep Armory a bit aggressive and, you know, play into the space that's offered across CC. Sort of say, yeah, come in on CC, and then it turns into a brawl. It just gives them that back line above Vent as well if the Office is what is secured up. But here, bringing once again the Fuse Shield. If it's broken, don't change it. If it's the way that we win rounds, we've got to bring it, right?
I wonder if Agger maybe going to try and play heavy into the C4s, maybe from like inside of customs, for example, and just kill them inside security. And it looks to be that was the case, but a Mistron on to Shoe Reap though means that fuse goes down, that shield's gone.
That's it, right? As I said, it's been their win con for all the previous rounds. They've lost it. They're about to find themselves in fights either side. Somehow they're threading a needle and somehow gets one. Can't get the next, but probably done enough at this point. The grenade will cement it. That has been 3 players, 2 grenades to get rid of Shoe Reap. They've lost the shield, which has been, as I said, their sort of driving force. And just that little tucked position nets it. They have a mine advantage. DPlus Kia have an uphill to climb here in the minute and a half. And Arkuli being very aggressive here on this single wall, but it's the cover. Again, is it a necessary risk? No. But is it sort of Kag that do Kag things? Yes, gets one, but gets caught. Nears. Make sure they keep it even. DD trying to swing again. This bloody DMR demo. Both the hands.
2 of them. Oh, dear. Not again. I mean, Kag started off so strong. Shoe Reap must be punching the air. This team have just let this slip, and DPlus have the diffuser in hand. Just info. Do they know where he is? It looks to be a yellow ping, so there must be a drone, and there we go. They've been able to take out the drone, but nobody's in the bomb site as of yet. They've smoked. Where are they going to plant? Oh no, bombs away again. Down it goes. Nears. Oh, takes half damage. Gets off at the right moment. Gonna go for the replant. Anaton. Gonna go for the drop. He knows exactly where he's planting. Oh, kills Nears. 20 seconds left. Diffuser called. Anaton just has to stay alive.
Anaton! Ever reliable, ever flying that Kagasaka flag, and ever beating those insurmountable odd rounds. It was almost all the way, it was almost OT, but Kagasaka take the brawl on border, plus Kia fall further and further away from the top 2 spots.
Oh, they really made that last round hard for themselves, didn't they? Like,
Yeah.
just, your teammates opened up with an absolute scorcher of an opening. And you almost let it slip.
Well, as close as it was and as close as we're going, we'll go to one more break of the day before we're back with our final game.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Oh, too salty. I can see a lot of sauce on that one.
Oh shit.
All right, move on to wing number 3. So you like Korean spicy food? What do you think of Australian spicy food?
So shit.
Why? Not spicy enough for you?
It's a bit spicy, but it's too salty. Not gonna lie. Maybe I have to bring my spicy Korean noodles.
So you'd rather do noodles than wings?
Yeah, noodle will be better for me.
So what should spicy food taste like?
It's really yummy in Korea. Like, it's really good chemistry with food. So it's really separate flavor. Just chicken and hot sauce. Yeah.
You don't put chicken with hot sauce?
Yeah, never.
Really?
Yeah, but they just mix sauce with chicken.
So the chicken already has the hot sauce mixed in?
Yeah.
And this is hotter than that?
In Korea, more hot,
but also better.
Yeah, not salty. It's really balanced.
All right. So what would you have to rate this? The first one, rate it spicy out of 10. How spicy it was?
It's 2.
2 out of 10 spicy.
Yeah.
And flavor?
Shit.
Out of 10?
Yeah.
Shit out of 10.
Yeah.
All right. And then the hot ones?
That is fucking 7, maybe.
7?
Yeah. Tasty shit as well.
So you got through our wings, Australian wings, pretty easy, right?
Yeah.
Stage 2's coming up. How are you gonna get through stage 2?
Like this wing, I will smash all of Australian team and then Asian team.
So champion and OS, but of course this time around we have the APL playoffs where you actually get to play against some of the teams from Asia and APAC North.
Who do you think is going to be the APL champion?
Maybe FEARX is one of the contender, but Elevate, DPlus, that import roster will be contender as well. I hope we take that champion spot for Australian fans and then Australian scenes and then Czech fans, because our organization is based by Czech, so make them proud.
And where are you from?
South Korea, maybe?
Okay, so your organization is Czech, and
Yeah.
you're from South Korea,
Yeah.
and you're having a go at DPlus and Elevate for being import teams.
But, you know, I'm already playing in Aussie 3 years. I think I'm Aussies.
There you go, Mingo.
It's another 1v1, the close down for the ball. Win saves and
You've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. La 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just drop like
honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters all love me. Talk about the killing it, winning attitude. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면, baby, you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better, I can do it faster. Ready 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. Ready 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. 자신과 싸움에 쓰지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry.
Well, with some upsets and some excitement on pretty much every single game today, we have but one game left ahead of us here. Demo, are we going to see that top 2 get further and further away from the rest of the pack? Or can Mur do something a little bit surprising? FEARX, though, are going to be that very tough opponent to have to try to get over. And, I mean, they have been going from strength to strength, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Mirror Gaming, if they're able to pull this off, it will be the upset of the season, no doubt about it. But against a team like FEARX, who we all expected would come into this league and dominate, again, it's very similar to what we have with Falcons inside of EML. It's the 5 best players you could have on a team. Like, there's no doubt about that. And how would you ever improve this team? You can't. These are the 5 best players in the Korean region. And yeah, I think the team, apart from the one slip up that they had against KAG, every other game they've looked, pretty comfortable on. They've had clean wins in 3 of them. No overtimes as of yet. So yeah, you look across the kind of scores on the doors. You've got 3 players inside the top 5. You've got Maffy, you've got Good Boy, you've got Woogieman. 3 out of their 5 players are in the top 5 players of the league. The other 2 being Shoe Reap and also Choppy. So that gives you an idea of where this team is. Whenever you've got so many players perform at such a high level, it's no wonder that they are it's no wonder that they are in the position that they are.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about all of them as well. Obviously, with how the region has sort of changed, just Korea specifically as a whole, there used to be 2 sort of top dog teams, then there was a 3rd. Now, obviously, one of those teams has sort of been pulled out and replaced. So where do those 5 great players go? Well, we start to get super rosters that we've sort of pined for and asked for this past 6-7 years of this region, of seeing these players in different manners and different stages hit that international stage. And yeah, okay, fine. Coated, Rin, they're not quite hitting that exact mark, but when this roster is firing all cylinders, it's more because they don't have to than anything else, right? They're playing those sort of support roles. They're playing those sort of plant roles in the case of Coated. Rin, we know Rin, classic Rin, they'll either win the entire game or unfortunately they'll be a bit distant. But their opponents, unfortunately, it's been a bit of a worse story throughout their year. Obviously, Mir Gaming last split didn't get a single win across all of the played games, and here, well, they've got 1, but only 1. That's that sort of rough sort of moment as well. It came early on in their sort of season. Since then, another 2 losses back to back. Now, with the sort of results that we've had earlier on in this evening as well, obviously, with the fact that now you're looking at EnterForce getting points, Mer once again have fallen to the bottom. Can they do something to try and pull themselves back up against impossible odds?
Yeah, again, it's kind of the other side of the coin, isn't it? Where we kind of highlight at FEARX and you highlight the players that they have and how great some of them have been. Equally, look at Mir Gaming, you have to highlight, they've got 2 players in the bottom 5. That being Guard. Luca is statistically the worst rated player in the league at this current time. I mean, you look at his entry stats, that's not appealing, especially whenever you look at his most played operator, Blackbeard. We know Blackbeard as being that main shield who can get in there, get the job done, get entry picks more than anything. So he's having a torrid time. Your cost is also low. So Luca, he needs to start stepping up into gear here. I will say there has been a big highlight. I think Rheumatic has been a great player for them. He's had some really big rounds, some big pop-off games, but just overall, it hasn't been enough. And if you look at their last Playday, whenever they went up against Kinotrope, it started off well, and then very quickly it didn't, so I think for Mir Gaming, they're going back to the map, which they just lost on, by the way. They lost to Kinotrope Gaming on Chalet. I really hope that they've worked in their defenses, because their defenses were all over the place.
Sorry, I wasn't going to say anything, but then you said it twice. Kinotrope, you mean Kinotrope? But I do like Kinotrope. It's a little bit consonantal.
Am I forgetting the other O?
You've accidentally. It's not a silent O. I know no one clarifies this stuff to us. We have to work it out on our own. It's like calling themselves like FEARX. It's like some of these letters could be silent. We just don't know. We're going to shout now as we find ourselves, and that I say through gritted teeth, unfortunately, is an accurate, probable prediction of this game, just based on form.
That's probably the most one-sided social prediction I think we've had. But obviously for good reason, because I mean it's FEARX. You know, it's any time FEARX are going into a game this stage, they will always be favorites. There's no doubt about that. Just because the prestige of this team obviously have performed really well at international tournaments over the past number of years. We know that. And against a team like Mere Gaming, I mean, for FEARX, they should be coming in and just cleaning house. And I'm not sitting here trying to sit here and bag on Mere Gaming. It's just I have so high expectations for FEARX. I think that's the way I view this, is I rate FEARX so highly. The same way I rate any top teams in their own respective leagues. Whenever you're playing up against the team who's bottom of the leaderboard, you need to go in there and just get the job done. Just demolish your opponent and go next. You know, I don't want to see FEARX just barely beating Mere Gaming. Yeah, I don't want to see that, because then I don't. Again, it's very tough for me, because sometimes I can get a little bit critical, just a tad. But it's just my standards are so high, you know, and that's the way I view FEARX. I generally believe that this is a team that can challenge internationally, and it's something that we haven't said about APAC in forever, really. Yeah. But just that reload event, specifically that reload event, I just thought that team was on something. You know, you really started to see it shine through.
I mean, I have been an unashamed fan of this team for a long time. I think it's always the fun thing, because people are like, they link you to G2, right? And that's sort of history. They Leo to French teams occasionally, and that sort of history. It's always been FEARX for me. Even, you know, back when they were Sandbox, I was a big Sandbox girly, a big Sandbox fan. Just following the roster across the many different places, and I'm always going to think they're going to do well on international, because I mean, somebody has to. And now I get to be proved right. You know, I followed them in the lows. You're all fake fans.
Don't talk to me about following teams in the low. Don't even start. You know what I've been through with that G2 team. Please don't.
You've earned your stripes.
I have suffered
for G2. There is no denying that. Anyway, unrelated from my history of this team, let's see if they can live up, or I'll face bitter disappointment once again. FEARX get themselves opening here on towards the defensive chalet, and, well, the removals of the Ying on the Monty and the Flash in the Mirror mean that things are going to be a little bit swingy on sort of tight-laced angles without any chance of the blinds or just the prior knowledge coming in. They do not have the stretch of the Clash in the Mirror to get themselves just those extensions of sightlines around, so they're going to have to try and just plumb them themselves. It seems like it's going to be a quick hop in underneath the trophy and try and drive themselves up, but they're kind of putting the statement back towards them here, FEARX. They're saying, no, we know that you're doing this. They've swung their defense. You can see they've sort of comfortably put their backs towards it. Rin's playing that important position inside Solarium. But as Mephi is going, the longer Mephi goes uncontested in sort of the opposite side and the library side, means that, well, they know that this is going to be the push. They can react to it. They can be responsive to it, and that's entirely what they've done. Your knowledge is sort of doubled down, and a Blackbeard is about to try and make friends with a bit of verticality. They want to try and lob a grenade up over the top, and as an Echo drone drifts out of the way, so does Rin.
Well, they've been able to pull back out of Solar, and it will free up Luca now to get himself in and establish that bit of map control. In terms of going for the plant, though, it's going to be tricky. Still plenty of denial, 2 C4s, and also an Echo Cam inside of bedroom. So, will they spot it out, though, that Echo Cam, but it's just those C4s which I worry about. I think they need to have a good control of that kitchen, because it's very easy for defenders just to rotate downstairs. We see a backstab coming from that. But no, Coated is ready for it. Guard's able to take down Rin. That's one of the C4s gone, but Mephi is always going to be that issue for them. How do they get through the denial?
Well, that's Coated King. Oh, spicy. Especially that swing onto the single window player there. I mean, she got brilliant reactivity to the approach. I liked what Mer were doing. I like their sort of, look, let's not give them this established, long drawn out. Let's not play this utility game. Let's just try and get a shield and shove our faces in and see if we can make them a bit uncomfortable. Because sometimes that is the best way, when you are the underdog team, of beating an opposing team, is to make that team uncomfortable. And didn't quite net a reward yet.
Yeah. I have an idea what went wrong. It was mostly down to Naps. Naps obviously attempted that backstab, coming, over towards Fireplace and then trying to push in towards Piano. If Naps had been sat holding like bathroom window, he would have netted a kill easily on that player inside of Solar. You see how easy it was for that Warden just to quickly drop off, and then just push back to site. That's what they're missing. Chalet, especially that top floor, you can really abuse those windows. You always need to have somebody in that big window for a Solar take, no doubt about it. But then you also need to have presence towards that bathroom window too. And that's what they miss out on. So positioning is key. You don't need a guy backstabbing on that take for Solar. You don't need it. You just need to have that window pressure. And if they had that, I think they would have been in a much better position.
That's a fun Denari network over the second story.
Where's Tom Cruise? When does he come in?
Well, the fun thing was when we were casting the other day, and it was on Bank, on the sort of CEO, and they just covered the windows in both arena gates and then also the Denari lasers, and it was very much like a no entry. Please turn around. Please find somewhere else.
Closed today. Bank's closed.
Bank's closed. We got the laser grid up. We're going to see if they can try and get themselves some of the control of the verticality. Again with the Blackbeard, again with the sort of focus in. I'm wondering if that's going to be a consistent over the first 3 rounds and then banned out at this point. Whether it's been the most or the least effective, I guess we'll see as the rounds continue. But again, another quick drive on towards the site. They're just getting a little bit of the back and forth utility. And
that's the smoke.
Immediately, the smoke hasn't quite caught the Blackbeard. The Blackbeard's not confident enough to go for the plant. There is a bit of a run out somewhere. One more step. And yeah, what are you doing? I didn't even look at the fact that he had kit because I just assumed it. What? Why?
And they've left. And then Ren has killed them from bathroom window. Make it make sense.
Okay, well, Rumatic's gone. Luca took a lot of damage. The only thing I could think there is they wanted the Blackbeard to charge forward and draw attention on towards the sort of back line. It does make sense, but they were smoked. They were held. They couldn't do anything. So at that point, you've got to take the risk. Do you leave and hope that the cover of your window is better than theirs, or do you just sit there? That's where that play ended up. But them not having anyone offer any support, whether a pre-fire on the windows just forced them to be able to get out and not take as much damage or not, doesn't really matter. But either way, a minute left here. There's been a lot of utility used, thrown, and blown in some cases. One more flash, one more frag grenade, and one more call, and that's about it outside of hard breach. But on the other side, if you're looking at utility, there's no more smoke, but you've probably still got Benry. You've probably still got goo mines inside of places. Now you've not got naps. There goes the Lion. Does get one back on towards Good Boy, but they're just going to sort of slip in and try and retake the position with 20 seconds left. They don't have to be too overblown. Coated gets another. Their hand hits them with the question mark on the Blackbeard. We did have the kit this time, but... Oh, 2 sudden kills back in Mir's favor, but they need to plant. There's 3. Guard! There's another one for Guard!
Hit them with a question mark back.
Hit them with a question mark. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Do it.
Wow.
Can do it. Better person than we are.
What happened, FEARX?
I don't know.
No, that was just sheer stupidity from FEARX. 2 people wide swinging big window with 10 seconds left. That's not a good idea. Diffuser cold in the site. Nobody in the actual building.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
That's Don't understand that from FEARX. That's silly. That's silly, Siege. Mir Damon just gifted. Absolutely gifted around. FEARX, flash it out. Immediately goes to the basement now, which is typically not a preferred bomb site for a lot of teams, because it is a very simple attack, from my perspective anyway. You know, if you think about how that basement kind of plays out. You think about how the basement plays out. That pick, that right there from Rin. What are you doing? You think about the basement, the way it plays out. As soon as breaching starts to happen and those reinforced walls get opened up, there's no real safe positions that a lot of players can sit in. That also denies the plant, which that's the kind of issue that we see with basement a lot of the time. If you get those long angles opened up, you get trench. It's so easy to walk in and go for a plant, and you don't really get contested at all from it. But still, FEARX are attempting to go for it, and they have a very heavy roam game as well, Emmy. 4 players off-site. I would probably say 3.5 players off-site, because, of course, Woogieman could just TP back if needed, so he can do a half-and-half job. But still for FEARX, they want to try and roam upstairs, deny access to the building, see if they can take some fights.
All right, let's scratch that one off the board there. FEARX. I mean, God, I think they were one of the top-rated players in the previous split as well. They've always been the best player on this roster in a lot of instances. I think for a long time they were the consistent of this roster too, so them being able to step up in a moment like that, yeah, fine, FEARX gifted it to them, but you still need somebody decent enough to sweep it up, to have the initiative and the drive to send it. We've seen many rounds end by somebody thinking it's already over. And play to the whistle. Getting themselves some of the control on towards the back of the site, but as Woogieman goes down, well, that scope boss isn't going to do much. Oh, that steady ramming as well on this site. It just gets in, gets all of that open. They're going to put their eyes down on towards blue as well. They're still playing with the Blackbeard. Again, as I said, I think it's going to be a surprise if it gets banned after this. Pressure on towards the player inside the storage, or the corner box swing, but coated once again. Gets one. Rin gets Rheumatic as well. The 2 players that are highlighted at the start of this of not quite being able to get into it all the time, and here they are.
Rin. Straight upstairs, kills the guy blue, going for the attempted retake to try and stop the Vert player from doing what he does best, just holding these crosses as the plant will go in.
Well, shield on the back, going for the plant itself. And the spray through. Easy drive-by. Gets one. Gets a lot of damage onto the next. They're under fire from above. But, God, all you can do is watch. Is just get the easy swing round onto you and can get themselves out of there. And Mephi gets one more. So it goes. They can get the first kill and they can get the breach open. But you still got to win your engagements. And that is where FEARX can just make those plays. Make these things happen.
Yeah, lost some clinical engagements there. You think about that player in blue that Rin killed. It kind of opened them up to just be asked to get flanked, to put them under pressure. I don't think the player above could really hold the verts because he's so worried about getting flanked. So FEARX just using the numbers to their advantage and just almost out-muscling their opponent, saying, look, you can't lift those weights, mate. You know, put them back. Go drop down a tier. That's what it's like. We're going to run through this. You know, yeah, just a great siege from FEARX overall. Mirror game, and I think just missing that little bit of a bite almost. A little bit, I would say hesitation more than anything. They probably could have attempted that plant a lot quicker than what they did. But it's just the fact that they were so worried about that flank coming in. It's a tough one for them, but and you have to be decisive, especially against a big team. If you hesitate against the top sides in your respective leagues, and this goes for every region, you're going to get punished. There's a reason why they're the best team.
Well, 2-1, and they've at least made up for previous lapses of judgment. At this point, it's still not a million miles away from but you take away that middle round. You take away, I think it was either a 3K or a 4K from guard. 3K even. And then they've only really got a couple of kills over the 2 rounds that they've been able to get themselves bite into it. And that's kind of the problem, right? In those ones in sort of individuality, they haven't really been able to put the difference in. Now they've banned off the Blitz instead of the Blackbeard, which wasn't played by Mere Gaming. Maybe they're like, oh, we can deal with their Blackbeard. Let's just keep them on Blackbeard. If we ban Blackbeard, they'll go to Blitz, and we don't like that one as much. Fair enough. And, well, there's a proof. Blackbeard, what even got them there? C4 underneath, I'm going to guess, from Mephi, but doesn't quite get the kill, and that's probably the shame that they have to live with here.
Yeah. I think the issue with Luca has that the entries have not been kind to him this stage. Still yet to get a kill, and like I mentioned during before we went into the game, you know, his main operator's Blackbeard. He cannot be having a Blackbeard, not getting kills, being just a constant opening death for your side. That you can't be having that on an operator with such power currently in the meta. FEARX, stiff hold over towards Library. This is very Brazilian-esque, the way that they've opened up the wall as well to support those long DMRs. The first trades come in. It's the Blackbeard again, the opening death. But then a very swift trade, though, onto Good Boy.
What are you... Mephi just turned his back towards the fight. Maybe didn't expect them to be in. The grenades are forcing motion. That was a good bit of utility. Just forcing the player out, but Cotis. Again, DMRs. Just defining the rounds, but so is Coated, to be fair. That's themselves one that looking for the next engagement. They're just taking everybody from this door, steps out in towards it, sort of saying, look, you know where I am. I am not scared to hunt for these fights. Now, as more utility comes to try to get the pressure on towards them, they're ready to sort of pull back at a moment's notice. 50 seconds. They've got themselves some of the control here. Across the opposite side, they're looking on towards Ivy. They're looking on towards the top of the stairs, and the swing ultimately on towards the box itself, but without anything else to directly push it. There's no Blackbeard. It's just going to turn into a bit of a shove here. Close on the door itself. Pre-firing and hoping to catch a player who's just tucked himself around. Gets one, wants one more, so why not take one more? No. The ace is able to swing their way and spray across the bullets. It's Boogeyman on the back line. There's no more C4s. 2 impacts to maybe do something with here, and an Echo drone. Drifts its way in. Gets caught out halfway. Oh, and they've sort of traded out that last engagement there, but there it is. Rin. Yeah.
Oh, dear. Yeah, a trade, though. Big trade. Echo Cam wasn't in position. Honestly, he also had 2 pocket impacts. Impacts would have been enough to actually down the ace as he went for the plant. Not a lot ace could have done against that. Big issue was just Coated. Coated was a player who we highlighted as actually being the worst player this stage for FEARX, which is very, you know, out of character for him. He was actually rated inside the bottom 5. You know, that's something you typically don't see from a top team, is having a player all the way down at the bottom. But today, he's climbing those standings very, very swiftly. 8-2 is where he sits. You know, using that DMR to such perfection, challenging those long angles. Again, I said very Brazilian-esque, the way that they've opened up, you know, the left side of the wall, or the right side of the wall, whatever side of the wall it was, I forget which side it was, and then playing that long angle over towards Library to assist the players over towards top fireplace. And again, it's because they have that Brazilian aspect. You've got Dark as that coach, and you know, I've seen an immediate upgrade on this side since he was brought in. That's why I think also internationally the team has done very well, is because they have that Brazilian style. Brazil is the best region in the game, no doubt about it. Have been the past 8 years, probably. No, not 8 years.
From when they lost to GAG earlier today, but
probably for the past, I would say, 4 years. It has been the region, right? And every team that has had success, I think, apart from the TSM team and maybe the DZ team who won in 2022. I'm pretty sure everyone else has had some form of Brazilian influence. I think. Oh, Beast Coast as well. They didn't have any Brazilian. And that is it. Everyone else who's won trophies has had some form of Brazilian included.
Well, with Rheumatic gone, the IQ gone, those Valkyrie cameras are going to become very deadly. On a map like this as well, there can be so much exploration, as well evidenced. Boogeyman. On the Valkyrie spins around and is able to pull another body out, and this is the earliest things have sort of collapsed, I think, for the side of Mer Gaming. We've had back and forths at this point. We've had, jump-ins. We've had aggression inside the map, but usually it is a back and forth. There's been more of a cost other than just swinging around and getting kills. They still have all their utility pretty much to play with that can be active utility in the round, and there's not been a lot done on towards.
Yeah, breach has opened up, but it'll be an uphill battle is definite here. The Blackbeards takes more and more damage down to sliver left in the HP bar. E4. Yep. Luca gone. One again, 0-5 for the Blackbeard, and good boy. There he goes. There's the swings. God, did he have a clue where he's being shot from? I mean, FEARX, now they know they have it, don't they? Just look at the way they're playing. The confidence is just oozing out of them. And really, the only round that they've lost was down to FEARX being idiots.
I think, right, there's no two ways of putting it. FEARX at that point were in a 2 versus 4. They'd hit them with the question mark, and then they just threw themselves in.
Swinging, yeah.
Started swinging. Guard was the deciding factor on that round. And then from that point sort of onwards, you had not much else. It's been 1 or 2 kills, 1 or 2 places. Luca 0-5 on that Blackbeard, often picked up without a trade. It's just not working for them. I think of his deaths, only really 1 has been traded across them, and I don't know. I guess that's why they were like, no, it's fine. Luca can play Blackbeard. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect us. It makes our game easier. We know what to expect. Coated having an absolute storm of a game. But then, good boy, 6-3, not a million miles away. They've only lost 1 entry engagement across all the rounds we've seen so far as well. It's been
big. It's just been one-sided. And like I said, apart from the 1 round, which, the way that the 4 rounds that FEARX have won is whenever you solo queue against a team, this is what you're playing against. And then whenever you solo queue, the round that they lost was your teammates.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. That's the ranked experience, isn't it? Solo queue. You play against this FEARX team who's just unstoppable, and then teammates you get are just swinging, 2v4.
Yeah. Anyway, 4-1. They've had their timeout, and they have 1 more chance to get themselves an attack here on the opening half. And
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
well, let's see if they can try and get things continually cemented on, or if we'll be screaming towards a quick end. Will Luca be able to get an interaction with the Blackbeard and some support structure behind it? I'm wondering if they're going to try and go quite quick. It seems like they're in quick on towards Trophy and up the stairs. Not going to hit themselves flat across, instead sort of reveal their position quite early on. Almost reminiscent of that very first round where I said they went for something pacey, and then otherwise it didn't get the full read through here. Meeting some friends across the bow of a piano, but I'm not going to stick around long. This is a lot of map they've been able to get control of very quickly, but the worry is doing something with it, right? As I said, the main thing isn't just getting in, but being prepared for the trade and being prepared for the support structure behind it. They are still here.
Well, look at Woogie Man.
Oh, yeah. Drop that. Jump that hatch.
Up the hatch. Up the solar stairs. Potential flank. And look at lineup for Mir. They don't have any hard flank coverage. No Nomad. No Gridlock. Oh, it's... Where are you going? I mean, this is what I mean by the confidence. Like, who's doing that? He is. Oh, the flank. Here it comes. Are they ready for it? Somebody covering the flank? Oh, yeah, they know. Oh, no!
Doesn't matter.
No.
Doesn't matter. I want him to jump up the bedroom hatch. He might. Matthew takes a lot of damage. At this point, Mir, they have to try and move on. Yeah, they've lost that position, but they can still try and earn some more. hit by a stun and everything as they're running themselves through, just straight in towards the laser, and then good boy. A 5 versus 3. And as they tuck themselves back in towards the side, it's now fine. You have vertical control, but you feel like at any point FEARX can try and retake it. All right, last time it was a silly round that ended sillily.
Jeez.
Doesn't feel like they're going to do that this time, Demo. It doesn't feel like that.
That guy is on one today. Noted. Anything that moves, he is killing it with precision at that. What a shot to hit with the S&P-12, by the way. He's downed. Potential pickup. Nope. Good boy, Goat. Aren't going to give that. Goat, I think that's his 10th kill. My word. 10 and 6 rounds. But look, this is what I wanted, though, from FEARX. This is what they needed to do. If you're a top team, you need to go in there and just clean house. This is how you assert dominance. This is how you kind of send the message out to the rest of the league saying, yeah, come at us. Who's next? You know, we're on the run of form now. We're on the, you know, the up and up. We have that trajectory going forward. This is what you need to do. Get it done quick.
Here on FEARX, they just have 2 more rounds to push this one over the edge, and you know, they've had a slight wobble on their run throughout this, but when they're the team where in the top 5 they are 3 of those players, this sort of proves that. And the fact that of those 3 in the top 5, Coated isn't one of them. Coated at the start of this day was the 3rd lowest rated player in the league. Feel like that's not going to be the case after today.
Pretty good. Pretty damn good. Now, do you know what the thing is that's even scary to think about?
What?
Last time, obviously, Mirror Gaming played this, and it was on Saturday, and they lost that game. Their defense was the issue. Their attacks actually look somewhat decent. You look at this game as when. What does that tell you?
10 seconds remaining.
Nothing great. Nothing good. Nothing that I think will keep us here too long. I mean, we could be wrong. Like, Mirror Gaming could suddenly find a resurgence. There's always a possibility. What's it a game of? 2 halves.
Yeah, if you want a resurgence, get the defense out. That's the only way you rank these guys up.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? 13 kills over 6 rounds so far, averaging around 2 kills a round.
You're missing 17 kills out of that as well. That's crazy. Oh dear. Well, see, they have to start somewhere, and they have chose their bar and gaming defense. Now, without that Azami, it will make this bomb site significantly weaker to hold. But the shield set up upstairs, it looks like, from the Frost. But I wouldn't say they're playing too heavy into the denial, though. Like, that shield should be dealt with pretty swiftly. I mean, you've got nades and 2 players here from FEARX, so I think a full top floor clear should be pretty easy for them. So they were maybe opting for going for the hunt there, but Classic has since then pulled back into sight. Boogeyman still lingering downstairs in that car garage. FEARX just getting their bearings at the moment, navigating how they want to play this round out. As long as the drone works down well, they can just really send the Blackbeard into whatever door or window they choose to. See if maybe their Blackbeard will provide, you know, a better layer of firepower than maybe what Mirror Gaming has showed us, because obviously Luke has had a torrid time in 0-6 half, and all those rounds he was playing on the Blackbeard too.
Well, the entry engagement almost went into the favor there of Naps. Boogeyman took a risk, and now he's concerned he's going to be rotated around upon and flanked up against. Said it's been a statistic that has otherwise pretty much entirely been in the favor of FEARX. Only once have Mur been able to get that opening body, and it wasn't even on the round that they won. But feels like they've been able to pull away. They've put some space between them and the fight itself, holding on and waiting for the pressure to come rolling in. With no Grim, no Ying, it means it won't be any of these snappy, immediate firefight takes. They're trying to slow down the approach here. of their opponents and just give FEARX a little bit more to chew on with these engagements. Luca's position, very well known and about to be friends with the Blackbeard. They're just going to force the pressure around and do exactly this. Want to throw themselves up immediately on towards this Frost. Hit by a stun, hit by everything. Great use of the fire extinguisher, but it doesn't quite stop that. Luca, James bonded. Does get Woogieman back at the bottom, and God gets Good Boy. Okay, bad situation, but they've started to make something happen from it. 2 players buried on the back line. Another trade out there either side. And as they're going for the plant itself, just a close down from Rumatic. Mer Gaming find the second round.
Yeah, too slow. Way too slow from FEARX. Obviously, the top floor I thought was prime for the picking. I mean, if they had done this execute about a minute earlier, they would have been fine. But I just feel as though that Woogieman, the entire game, was just kind of hanging around, waiting for a kill, but it didn't come for him. And it just took way too long. It almost felt as though that nobody actually realized the timer there for FEARX until it was too late. At least Mir Gaming, they do start with 1 defensive win. Now they go in towards this top floor. And I think for FEARX, whenever it comes to a top floor take, if a team is, you know, to this standard, you'll see the crossfires will be in abundance. I think that's probably how they'll want to play it. But, I don't know. I just think for FEARX that last round, just, not their usual selves. I mean, that's probably the second round where I think FEARX have just, you know, almost shot themselves in the foot, almost.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a start, it's a first round, it's a first hold, and instead, on towards a site that maybe might have a bit more prediction on towards it. Play with the Blitz and the Glaz, and wondering if this might be something a bit swift and a bit brutal, or they're going to try and elongate it again, because as he said, the elongation of the previous round is what sort of scarpered and suffered them. The Glaz can try and get themselves some of this pressure from a bit of range. Going to try and go for the pinch, it seems like, on towards the library. At this point, it's, you know, I'm not going to say slow. It's still obviously early, but as I said, if they're going for something traditional again, they need to have an X factor, right? They need to have something else. They tried that with the Dockerby, to be fair. The sneak up from trench up main last time in West Main didn't quite work out. Here, maybe doing that with Good Boy on the Deimos instead. Something to just give themselves that one step into it. A bit of destruction outside and around the wall itself. What are they waiting for? What is the concern? What are they hoping for, I guess? Pressure onto Rumatic. Coming in from Coated on the back end. There's the blind, there's the shield knocking on the door, and there's not quite the cover on towards it. It's toe for toe, and it's traded out. Rin does get one. Good Boy encoded, and, well, with Naps at least getting the end of Good Boy, they were able to hold on a bit. There is a little bit better for the trade game here from the side of FEARX, but lose the Deimos, lose the Blitz. They've lost, in some manner, the core of their push.
I don't think they... Do they have a way into the bomb site?
Probably not.
Fully reinforced? I don't know. But still that man advantage, so that's the main thing here for FEARX. The Glaz is just waiting for his opportunity. No, I think is the wall soft? I don't know. Have a look. Oh, it is soft, and they've opened up with the shotgun, so they have a way in. They can go for the default plan. Oh, and also the double wall's fully reinforced, so the player from Piano can no longer challenge onto that plant position. And yeah, down goes Guard as he tries to swing and stop that plant from going down. That's will find one, but like I said, with those 2 walls being reinforced off, can't contest. This should just be an easy lockout here from Meffy and Coated. The Snaps hit some crazy shots, which there's one. Coated can't get away from him, but Meffy has that DMR, and Snaps at this stage is just one shot and he'll be dead. Legion dodging back and forth. Have to try and make it land with the T-Flat, but no. Meffy's there with the DMR. Said 1 bullet is all he needed to hit. FEARX able to secure themselves match point.
I mean, who was close, right? He said they just need to have a sort of moment of magic, and they were starting to cast some spells there, Demo. Yeah, there's still moments of this with Woogieman being toe-to-toe with the Blitz there in that situation, trying to get the strike through. Wasn't quite netting results. Naps getting that kill, and then this follow through. It was great of Naps. He knew he had to take the engagements then, as he did. He was able to find, in a way, 3 1 versus 1s in that short space of time across the distance of one room. Great initiative, but unfortunately not quite enough there.
It's certainly one of those days where you kind of looked at the matchup on paper.
Sorry, it's just one of those days.
You kind of look at the matchup on paper, and you would have thought easily, FEARX Mirror Gaming, will be easy for FEARX. And sometimes whenever those kind of games happen, it doesn't play out like that. Like, again, I'll reference back to EML. You think about the upset that we've seen on Monday night, Wild beating Falcons. Who would have thought that? But today, it's literally what you expect. Sometimes it goes like this, where the top team really is just the top team.
At this point, they've got to have a flawless run towards the end to try and pull points from this. But as you said, it's not going to be easy. FEARX, I wouldn't say in cruise control. They're still having these little moments where you're like, okay, these are the ones that need to get ironed out before they start hitting against teams that could punish them. There are a lot of rounds in these moments, or a lot of moments in these rounds where you're thinking, well, a better team, an international team, and a whatever team would have shut it down easily.
But would you say that this is FEARX, playing up their full potential?
No.
That's also the way sometimes you have to look at it. I mean, no offense to Luca, he's not in the game at all. Still yet to get a kill. It was actually brought to my attention. I believe somebody predicted Luca to get over 5 kills in this map. He'll be doing well if that prediction comes true.
Yeah. Like the meme image. At this point, time is slow. They've been able to get good play on the Nook, snuck in on the far side. They're hoping to get an early catch here. Being in positions to punish anybody that drifts close, but it doesn't seem like they want to gift them these engagements yet. They're going to have to force something else here. 2 minutes have gone, and only, I think, 1 FEARX player has really entered the building. Oh. There's that positional punishment I talked about, and that's why you open yourself all these windows and options. Luca, entirely blinded out, may end this game 0-9. Probably will. 5-2. There's at least 1 back from guard. As I said, he's been able to be that defining player for this team. 8-6. The only one currently sat positive is gone. So is Rheumatic. FEARX. They lived up to their name today. Put the fear in probably every other team in this region. My word. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's what you need to do. Top team, come in there. Just demolish your opponent. Make a statement win. Yeah, great job from FEARX. No doubt about it. Right from the rip. Just had that feeling they were up for it today, and they were. Their game and just not in the game at all. Really the 2 rounds that they may have won, I would put it down to FEARX not playing to their full potential, especially this round. I mean, somehow, it's like they're gonna win the round, and then they've just almost kicked the crutch underneath their own leg. Just tried to take a claim against Mirror Game, and you've done it yourself, guys. You can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the sort of burn of it, right? We didn't. It's not that we expected more or less from these teams. I said at the prediction, 80% in the favor of FEARX. Very accurate, really. Just with the form that these 2 teams have been playing in, that we had the previously underperforming players show up here. All of the team of FEARX ended up positive with positive KDs, coated on a +8 by the end of the game. It's just this team in full sort of strength. At the far side, it would be tough for anybody to try to have to go up against them. And, when you have people on the other side underperforming or struggling to get into a game full stop, it's frustrating because you know how good your opponents are. It's the moment where you look at your ranked and you're up against as you said it, a lobby of champions. And you're like, damn.
Go next.
Just give me one of those games.
But no, just Like, what can you say about FEARX? It's the team that we expect to see dominate. And obviously, you know, for FEARX, they want to try and, you know, keep up the pace. Because KAG is obviously the other team that is up there at the top. KAG with that great win against DPlus. You know, KAG and FEARX just look as though they're going to be the two front runners to get themselves into those top two positions. Again, look at the rundown of the table. Honestly, I actually thought that the first game today was probably the best siege I think we had. I think that game of bank between Kinotrope and also EFORCE was just top tier siege, really good attacks specifically. Look at the league table, FEARX and KAG, because of that win that FEARX had over Mirror Gaming, it now secures them inside the playoffs at least. But you would expect that both of those teams will be wanting to get into those top two positions. And also, you look at the difference now between second and third place, there's a 4-point gap. That means that KAG and FEARX could possibly afford to lose a game if they have to still secure top two. So both those teams in very good positions now.
I think that's it, right? We said it at the start of the day that you had, technically from the start of this day, 9 points left to play with. Now it's only 6, and now we have a divide. We have those top two teams screaming their way further and further ahead, and they're probably pretty confident, especially with the performances that they've been able to lock in. But with 2 more play days ahead of them, demo, before they get into the actual playoffs for the international stage and those precious SI points, there's still some chance at some upsets. There's still some chance at best of threes. There always is.
Yeah, again, playoffs is what you have to go through. And then even if you get yourself through playoffs, you have to go and play against the other regions at the APAC land. So still so much siege that every team inside of APAC just have to go through this stage.
Well, that'll be absolutely everything from you and I today. At least thank you for being with us on this APAC North adventure. We will see you back for the next one very soon.